33, adoption of Resolution R-20-063, providing for substantial amendment to the Citizen Participation Plan, dated 2017 through 2022 Consolidated Plan, the 2018-19 and 2019-20 Annual Action Plans. The action requested was updated to add authorize the chairman to execute the HUD CARES Act grant agreements upon receipt from HUD. The last two paragraphs of the background discussion were updated and include the additional request. Also, Resolution R-20-063 was updated and replaced to reflect this change. Under your regular agenda, under the administrator, item 34, discussion on ongoing issues relative to the COVID-19 emergency. The following documents were added to this agenda item: the ongoing issues related to COVID-19 presentation, the Manatee County reopening strategies presentation, and any additional public comments that were received since we published the agenda. And then under additions to Commissioner's agenda, Commissioner Whitmore, item number 35, Business Recovery Plan, was added. A request for a discussion of the county actions to assist with the Business Recovery Plan of COVID-19 impacted businesses. Thank you. That is all of the changes, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So do commissioners have any items they'd like to pull from the consent agenda? Anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? All right, I see no hands go up, so we're going to go ahead and move forward with the agenda this time. We're going to do citizen comments on future agenda items. So, John, you're going to have to help me with this. This is items on future agenda items only, something that's not on today's agenda. Commissioner Whitmore, you had your, maybe you wanted to pull something from consent?
You forgot to ask for citizens on comments on consent agenda.
I'm not doing the consent agenda. I'm following the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm following it too. I messed up. Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's a little trickier to do this online when we're looking at everybody's pictures. Then you have to look off at the agenda. It's a little tricky. But we're doing citizens' comments now on future agenda items. This is something that's not on today's agenda. Is there anyone in the chambers that want to address the board on a future agenda item?
Madam Chairman, no one has signed up, but let me just check. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on a future agenda item? I see no one.
All right, seeing no one come forward. John, I know this is a little tricky because we don't know for sure what the folks on the phone want to talk about, but you're going to have to check with them, I guess.
Yes, what I'll ask them to do, we have three people on the phone. If they could press *9 on their phone, that will raise their hand, and I'll be able to see that they want to speak to this specific item. I'll give them a moment. So it's *9 on your phone's callers. That'll allow me to see that you want to talk on this specific item. And Commissioner Benak, we do have one. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and allow them to talk now. Hello, caller. Your last digits of 186 of your phone. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record and go right ahead.
I wanted to speak on topic 32.
Okay. Topic 32, I'll put you back in the queue for topic number 32. So stand by. I'm going to put you back on mute, caller. Any other callers that would like to speak on future agenda items, please do *9 and raise your hand, and we can give them a moment here. I don't think I have anybody else, Commissioner Benak.
Okay, great. We're going to close public comment on future agenda items. John, do you know is 32, is that a regular or a consent agenda? It's a regular item, right?
32, Madam Chairman, is under Public Works, and it's the adoption of Ordinance 2020 speed limits.
It's an advertised public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I just couldn't flip through it fast enough to know. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and move to the consent agenda. Now I'll ask, is there anyone that would like to address any of the items that are on the consent agenda? That does not include item number 32. We'll get to that separately. The consent agenda is through item number 30. So that's as far as it goes. So anyone that wants to speak on any of the consent agenda items through item 30, now would be your opportunity. John, I don't know if you want to see if anybody specifically is there on the phone to address any of the consent agenda items.
Anybody would like to dial *9 to address any of the consent items? Please raise your hand. *9, callers. We do have Commissioner Trace's hand raised, Commissioner Benak.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and there's no one in the chambers to address on the consent agenda items, I assume.
Madam Chairman, let me just check. Does anyone here in the chambers wish to address a consent agenda item? I do not see anyone seeking to address a consent item, Madam Chairman.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on the consent agenda. Commissioner Trace.
I move we approve the consent agenda with the updated changes.
Okay. Have a second. Commissioner Servia, if we could unmute Commissioner Servia so we could hear her.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, can I just say raise your hand? Will that work for you?
Or I can unmute everybody too if you'd like, Commissioner.
Okay, go ahead and unmute everybody if that's easier. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. All right, we're going to move ahead to item number 31. This is advertised public hearings, presentations upon request. Item number 31 is adoption of Ordinance 20-18, no through commercial vehicles. Would anyone like a presentation on this item? Anyone need a presentation? Commissioner Whitmore. You need to unmute Commissioner Whitmore. It's coming, Carol. Hold on.
One moment. Seth, can you help me with Commissioner Whitmore? It's not unmuting for me.
There. We talked about this project for a long time, a couple times, and I think just somebody give us an overview so the public can see what we're doing on this item. So yes, a basic presentation.
Sherry, is there anyone in the chambers that can give a brief presentation on the no through commercial vehicles item?
I can make an attempt at it. I have the agenda item here. I can inform the public if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Thank you. Let me just get to it. Thank you, commissioners. This is the action requested today for this item is adoption of Ordinance 20-18, amending subsection 2-22-7A of the Manatee County Code, adding 31st Street Court East from State Road 70 to 52nd Avenue East, and 32nd Street East from State Road 70 to 52nd Avenue East, and 52nd Avenue East from 31st Street Court East to 32nd Street East to the no commercial vehicle through zones on enumerated streets in the unincorporated area of Manatee County, Florida, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This particular project is in the area residents requested a truck prohibition on 31st Street Court East, 32nd Street East, and 52nd Avenue East. Based on these requests, staff conducted a traffic study to evaluate the roadways. Consideration was given to the roadway conditions, roadway functional classification, adjacent land uses, proposed development, alternative routes, and commercial vehicle volumes. So with those reviews, staff found that the use of commercial vehicles on the enumerated Manatee County roadways to be incompatible with the normal and safe movement of traffic. Therefore, staff recommended that the commercial vehicles through traffic should be prohibited. The cost to install a traffic signs would be approximately $800. And commissioners, this is in the area, I believe, of the new Taco Bell that is on State Road 70, and this is the neighborhood request. Any questions?
Okay. Any questions? Commissioner Serbia?
One moment. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I want to thank the staff for bringing this forward, and I'd like to motion to approve as recommended.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as recommended. We have a second by Commissioner Trace. Thank you. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this?
Is anyone in the audience that would like to address this item? I see none.
All right, anyone on the phone, you have to push star 9, right, John, to be able to
Correct.
weigh in at this point. So if you would push star 9 on your phone, we'll know that you want to address this issue, item number 31. All right, seeing
Not seeing anybody.
no one weigh in, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. I think I've got everybody unmuted.
Aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Now we're going to go to item number 32, adoption of ordinance 2020, speed limits. Sherry, you're gonna wing this one too?
Yes, I can. Just bear with me. This is a little bit lengthy, but if you'd like, since it's a public hearing. This requested action on behalf of staff from our Public Works Department is adoption of ordinance 20-20, amending section 2-22-8 of the Manatee County Code, instituting and creating additional speed limit zones to include 44th Avenue East from 15th Street East to 45th Street East, Curtis Road from State Road 70 to the end, MJ Road from State Road 70 to 1.85 miles south of State Road 70, MJ Road from Clay Gully Road to 4 miles north of Clay Gully Road, Palm View Road from Bay Shore Road to US 41, Palm View Road from 36th Avenue East to the end, Taylor Road from Wauchula Road to the end, amending the existing speed limit zone on Palm View Road from US 41 to 36th Avenue East, and providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That is the action requested. This particular item, Commissioners, is in response to citizens and Manatee County Sheriff's Office request to evaluate the speed limits on 44th Avenue East, Palm View Road, MJ Road, Curtis Road, and Taylor Road. Staff conducted engineering studies along each of these corridors. As part of the study, staff reviewed the existing speeds of the vehicles along these roadways. Additionally, consideration was given to the roadway geometry, reported crash history, transition between adjacent road segments, existing and proposed surrounding land uses, as well as access points. The speed limit is intended to notify a reasonable and prudent driver of the maximum operating speed that is considered reasonably safe in optimal weather and visibility conditions. The objectives of posting an appropriate speed limit is to encourage the driver compliance by developing proper credibility and request for speed zones, reduce speed differences among drivers, thereby reducing the probability and the severity of crashes and providing a realistic speed restrictions to which meaningful enforcement can be applied. So based on the above, staff is recommending the following. Establish a 45 mile per hour speed limit on 44th Avenue East from 15th Street East to 45th Street East. Establish a 40 mile an hour speed limit on MJ Road from State Road 70 to 1.85 miles south of State Road 70. Establish a 50 mile an hour speed limit on MJ Road from Clay Gully Road to 4 miles north of Clay Gully Road. Establish a 30 mile an hour speed limit on Curtis Road from State Road 70 to end. Establish a 30 mile per hour speed limit on Taylor Road from Wauchula Road to end. Establish a 30 mile per hour speed limit on Palm View Road from Bayshore Road to US 41. establish a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit on Palmview Road from US 41 to 36th Avenue East, also known as Ellington Gillette Road, establish a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit on Palmview Road from 36th Avenue East to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Good report, Sherry. Great. All right, I'm going to go to, first up is Commissioner Trace.
Yes, I have a question. Are we doing these individually, or are we going to have to take them as a whole?
It's a single ordinance, so it'll be a single motion.
Okay, well, I have a problem with with part of the Palmview one. I don't have a problem with the rest, so do I treat it like a consent and ask for that one to be pulled?
Mickey Palmer here, County Attorney.
Or how are we going to do this?
Commissioners, if it is your desire to remove one of the bulleted items from the ambit of this ordinance, you may do so and make that a part of your motion.
Okay. Do you want to say, Commissioner Trace, what your problem with the proposal on Palmview is?
I don't have a problem with Palmview from Bay Shore to 41 because that's not that long. It's 30. But from 41 to Ellington Gillette is 45 right now. They want to go down to 35. It's a pretty long stretch. I would probably, I know we fought this before when we took Moccasin Wallow down to 45. So it's still coming forward. I could live with 40. I just think 35 is a little slow for that road. I drive that road quite a bit. And then from Ellington Gillette East, that's kind of a dirt road. It's a nasty road, so I don't have a problem with that one anyway. No one's driving down there. It's kind of like it is a public road, but it's more like a private drive. So I don't have a problem with that one until, later. But that's just my feeling. And I do understand we've done all the traffic studies, and yes, traffic's picking up, but that's just my thought.
Commissioners, your county attorney again. We always in these circumstances caution the board to tap the brakes a little, no pun intended, in terms of substituting your engineering judgment for that of your professional engineers. So at the end of the day, it is your prerogative, but we urge you to hesitate to substitute your judgment for that of the professional engineers.
I'm not saying I'm an engineer. I'm just saying I drive that road a lot, and 35 seems slow. But okay.
Okay. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, I drive that road also, and not with a different approach. Right in that area, there are a lot of kids in that area, and I think I have about 10 emails that came in and from the community, and they were looking at 35 miles per hour or below. I understand what you're saying with that stretch, Commissioner Trace, but I'm looking at how the kids, and I think on that road or somewhere out there in that immediate area, we just had a fatality out there because of the speed of someone going, and I may be wrong, but my approach would be to move forward on with the 35 speed limit right now with the intent for the public safety and protect those kids that may walk out in the road, or a bus or something. A ball may go out in the road and they're going to chase it down. So I'm just a little bit concerned with that at that 45 miles per hour though.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore?
Yes, I have a question about Taylor and Wauchula going down to 30 miles an hour. What's your justification for that? It's 35 miles an hour on Anna Maria Island. It has, not now, but 30,000 cars a day during the weekends during season, and it's 25, and then some parts it's 35. Why did we come up with 30? To me that seems awful slow. I've gotten emails lately, and I'm sure you guys have if I got them, about people complaining when we did lower the speed limits and our justification why. I know our traffic engineers are looking what people drive it now, but I'd like somebody to explain it to me. And if we don't have, I know we have our wonderful traffic engineers that came up with this. if they can't answer our questions, I would move this to the next meeting because I don't think, I don't feel comfortable voting for that. I know people that live on Wachola, and I think they'd shoot me if I do, truthfully. So there must be a justification, but the experts aren't here to
Yes.
say that.
Let me help.
All right, Sherry?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Whitmore, let me just add a little bit to that. Taylor Road's a shell road, and any unposted rural roads right now default to 55 miles an hour. So it's requested by law enforcement to help with enforcement there and also for safety.
But you're saying 50 miles an hour, but we're going all the way down to 30. Our proposed, I don't support that unless I hear from, the professionals. I just know people that live out there, and we all know we've gotten recently, we lowered speed limits, and I'm not sure where it was. I think it was in Vanessa's district. And we've been getting hell because of that. So I just want to be able to, if I'm going to vote for this, have all the information.
All right, Sherry, did you have anything you want to add to Commissioner Whitmore's comments?
No, I don't have any additional information. I couldn't provide any more. I know, as we indicated, our professional engineering staff is the ones that are bringing this forward. If the board is looking to possibly adjust this action, we can come back potentially and address those other two areas or individual ones.
Okay. Yeah, that might be a way to go, to pull these two if they're the biggest concern. So I want to hear from the rest of the board members. Commissioner Baugh?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually going to bring up 44th Avenue, and I must say, I would be interested to know why Mickey's telling us we need to move forward with caution because our traffic engineers are bringing this forward. Obviously, it needs to come to this board to get approved. So it's up to this board to vote, and take into consideration whatever this board feels is necessary. So I'm a little bit surprised at Mickey saying that. So I'd like to know more about why he is saying that. And then as far as 44th, I'd have to say I agree with Commissioner Whitmore. We're starting the day off right, Carol. I think this is important to the residents in our county. I know Commissioner Whitmore brought up how we got so many emails before, and that was on Lorraine Road in my district. And the reason we did it, as I recall, because we were getting so many emails on both sides of the issue. And the problem is when you have homes on both sides of a 4-lane road, there's a lot of noise. And the faster the cars go, the more noise it makes. And I think that is something that we should take into consideration. I know on 44th, part of 44th, we were looking at 45 miles an hour speed limit. I get it, because I drive that road all the time when I'm coming downtown. But at the same time, we do have several developments on both sides of 44th. So I feel the same. I think if our traffic people are going to come forward and ask us for this information, then they need to be in our meeting to tell us why. And I'd also like to know how many people, how many residents that has been asked about this before we vote. So I think there's more info that's needed that only can be given by the traffic engineers supporting this. So I'd like to continue this. That's a motion, by the way, to continue.
Okay. We have a motion to continue this item. Do I have a second for that motion? All right, Commissioner Johnson has seconded that motion. I'm going to just state a comment because I was asked to raise the speed limit on 45th and 44th because you drive 44th and it's slower than 45th, which makes no sense, and I drive that way all the time as well. As you know, 45th is extension of Lockwood Ridge, so I've heard that from folks saying, why do we have to drive slower on a 2-lane road than we drive on a 4-lane, basically divided highway? I said, yeah, that's a good question. So I was really glad to see this come forward, and it made sense to me to raise the speed limit. But I'll honestly say I've not been reached out to on any of these other roads. So I don't have a problem. I'm going to go ahead and ask Sherry, is there you have a date that we would like to continue this to?
Commissioners, since it's an advertised public hearing, we'll have to re-advertise.
No, not necessary.
The whole thing?
As long as you continue it to a date certain in the future, and we announce that date certain today, then there is no need to re-advertise.
I would say we could continue it to the May 19th meeting. If you're seeking to have staff present to actually present, that is our next regularly scheduled meeting. And it may also be at the convention center or in this room. So May 19th would be our next available date, please.
All right, Commissioner Baugh, would you modify your motion to continue it to May 19th?
Yes, ma'am. And I'd also like to say that, I'm glad that you received an email from one person, but I'm not saying I'm against increasing the speed limit. I just think we need a little bit more information before we make that determination. So yes, ma'am, I modify the motion.
Okay, and you're okay with a seconder, I think it was Commissioner Johnson, you're okay with the second to go to
Yes.
May 19th? All right. Commissioner Johnson, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I would just recommend, obviously this is not an area that I'm not familiar with out east, and I would encourage the staff to have individual meetings with all the commissioners to discuss the different strategies or their thought process there, so that we all have a better feel of why they're recommending what they're recommending, so that when it comes back to the public hearing, we don't have to sit there and go through a long discussion with everybody. I think everybody should, have a sit down with the traffic safety people and let them explain what their rationale is for increasing those speed limits or decreasing them. I just think it would shorten the conversation in the long run.
Okay, and by sit down, you mean they can call us on the phone if that's the way we prefer, right?
Right. Whatever. Zoom us, call us, Google us, whatever works.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Whitmore.
Am I unmuted? Yeah. I don't have a problem with 44th because it does match up with another road that's 45th, just like you and actually Vanessa said. My big deal is when we downsize speed limits. And to me, there's no justification. I know there is, and usually our staff we do this at a work session before this comes to a regular meeting in the past, that the ones we've done. John, John Osborne, I'm sure you can verify that with me that we have. And I think this coming before us, and I agree with Steve too. So if we're not going to do a work session on this, because you're talking to various district commissioners that maybe have issues, and they need to hear our staff's rationalization before they come at the meeting. So, again, my only concern was this one way out in Mayaca downsizing the speed limit. I know it's a dirt road now, but we've had dirt roads, not now anymore, but we did, that were 25 to 30 miles an hour.
Okay, all right. At this point, looks like we're gonna hear from staff, and we'll continue this. I'm gonna go ahead and open it for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the board on this issue of speed limits?
No one in the audience wants to speak on this item, Madam Chairman.
Okay, John, you wanna take over on the phone then?
So callers that you called in today want to speak to this item, please dial *9 on your phone. It'll show me you're interested in speaking on this item. And we have one caller in so far. So caller with the last three digits of 186 of your phone. I'm going to unmute you, and you have 3 minutes. Please state your name, caller.
Good morning. My name is Leah Cole. I'm a neighbor and a resident of Palmview Road. And I apologize for my voice today. I'm at home under the weather, but I wanted to make sure that I called in today so that you could hear my voice and my opinion on this subject. I have lived on Palmview for the last 15 years, approximately, and the rate of speed with the current posted 45 miles per hour is not safe. Manatee County staff has done a complete assessment, and they have determined the speed limit should be lowered. They have done this twice. This is the second time this has been before the Board of County Commissioners for approval. Our road is residential. It is 2 lanes. There are homes on both sides. We have children walking to a bus stop. There is a bus pickup for Buffalo Creek Middle School, with cars whizzing by, a matter of feet away. Yes, there was a fatality. I heard Mr. Bellamy speak about that. There was a fatality several years back. A driver going 70 miles per hour, approximately, crashed at Jackson Road and killed someone. The new proposed speed limit is alignment with surrounding roads. Canal Road is at equal distance. and it is also 35 miles per hour. While I appreciate that many travel this road to get to and from 41, to get to and from Ellington Gillette, to us, it is more than just a thoroughfare. It is our home. And we respectfully are asking to please vote to approve the proposed speed limit. Our kids are at risk. Our lives are at risk. It is unsafe. Motorists abuse 45 and often travel faster than that. And I will do my very best to work with the Sheriff's Office to, if the proposed speed limit is approved, to have people out here to have it actually enforced. Do you have any questions for me as a resident?
No, thank you very much. We're so happy that you were able to call in, that we were able to hear you, even though you're home under the weather. I think you did a great job, so thank you very much for speaking today. Even if we continue it, it doesn't mean that it won't happen. It just, there seems to be many questions, but please keep the faith. We're going to try to get this done this month, so thank you very much for your comments. We will continue to work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mickey Palmer, I've been raising my hand politely.
Go ahead,
Whenever you're
Mickey.
ready to acknowledge me.
Okay,
Shall I
go
proceed?
ahead, Mickey. I was just going to finish public comment first.
Okay. I thought we were done with public comment. My apologies.
No, wait, I just want to make sure that there's anyone else on the phone that might want to weigh in. Is there anyone else, John?
I don't see anybody, but star 9, if anybody else wants to weigh in on this item. Star 9. I'm not seeing anybody else, Commissioner.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close. Well, I'm not going to close public comment. I guess I'm going to continue public comment till the next meeting. So I'll go ahead. Mickey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was hoping to address Commissioner Ball's concern as expressed earlier. Commissioners, there are a whole host of professional engineering decisions that are made by your licensed engineering staff. The decision of whether to signalize an intersection, the decision of whether to install a stop sign, the decision of whether to install a yield sign, the geometric design of roadways are all in the hands of your professional licensed staff. Now, I will repeat something that I said earlier. At the end of the day, it is indeed your decision to make. But nevertheless, we always suggest that you give great weight to the professional decisions of your licensed engineers in these matters. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, I was just going to speak to Ms. Cole. I've spoken to her 2 or 3 times, and they formed a community group out there that we're preparing to meet with sometime in the near future about this specific concern about the traffic. And Ms. Cole, please don't get discouraged that it's being continued. We will address it here very shortly once staff come and give us our presentation on some of those other concerns that we have. And some of those emails that I have received from those individuals out there, I think it's either Deer Run or Deerfield Run, whatever that community is. I hope I don't mispronounce and someone argue at me. But Ms. Cole has led the way on this, and I just don't want her to get discouraged because we're continuing. We're going to work on this, and we're going to get this accomplished with public safety out front.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, and Mickey, it's totally your job to advise us to consider what the expert opinions are. And it's our job to weigh whether we go that action. And your job is that to protect us in case there is a challenge. So it doesn't offend me at all what you say, and I don't think it does anybody. It's we may not like it sometimes when you do that, but that's your job. Your job is to represent your clients, and sometimes the clients don't like to hear the answers. But and again, it's up to us in the long run. We used to have an attorney on my board in home speech years ago, and he used to give us advice all the time. And Patty Petroff, as you all know, was our attorney, and we got challenged a few times. So I rely heavily on your opinion. I may not agree, and there's a lot of times a lot of us don't agree, and we do what we think is best. But it is your responsibility to say something at the dais, so I appreciate it. I am going to listen to what the expert said, but what you've heard today is we want to meet one-on-one with them. It's not that we're not disagreeing with them. We may not personally agree, but we need to hear from them. And that's usually what we've consistently done in the past. So no offense.
Great. All right, Commissioner Ball, then we're going to go to the vote.
Yes, and Mickey, it was nothing against you and what you said. I just knew you had to have a good reason for saying it. So don't take offense to what I said if you did.
Oh, no, not at all. No, not at all.
Very important that this board, if we're going to make a decision, we need to know why we're supposed to make that decision, why that decision is being recommended. So it is up to this board, as you said, Mickey. And so, if you took offense, I'm sorry, but I knew you had to have a good reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Trace.
70 is way too high for Palmview Road. And these are hard decisions because what's happening is people are speeding. If they would follow the speed limits as is, we wouldn't have to be coming here and lowering them. And it's always kind of a problem, but there is getting to be a lot more houses out there. I understand the public safety. I don't think we have any sidewalks out there. If we do, they're very few. So it is a problem, but the problem is unfortunately, people don't follow the speed limit. And putting it down to 35, I still think they're going to drive what they're going to want to drive. But, hey, I do understand the safety issue and the kids getting on the school buses. That is a problem.
Okay, well, we're going to continue this. We're going to have another opportunity to discuss it in full. So, Commissioner Whitmore, you got something, or can we go to the vote?
Well, I just want to tell Commissioner Trace that our experts did see what the speed limit is now, and unfortunately, with their studies, they think it needs to be lower. So, but again, we're going to meet with them, and you're going to meet with them, and hopefully, maybe it'll stay the same, or maybe it'll be adjusted. But they came to us; our experts did this, not us. We're not coming up with an arbitrary number.
Okay, we have a motion to continue. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair,
Madam
Chair, for the record, the matter has been continued to your next regular meeting on May 19th at 9:00 a.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter may be taken up.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right, we're going to move to item number 33, adoption of Resolution R20-063, providing for a substantial amendment to the Citizens Participation Plan 27-2022, Consolidation Plan 2018-19, and 2019-20 Annual Action Plans. I guess Jerry is there. Is that right, Sherry?
Yes, Madam Chairman, members of the board, Jerry Lopez, the Director of Redevelopment Economic Opportunity Department, is here to speak. Jerry?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Administrator, Mr. Palmer. It's good to be back here, although it is a little strange with all the seats being empty, but it is good to see all of you commissioners on Zoom. We have been working very, very hard the last month to put this program together for you. So we are excited to be here today to present it. As you know, the federal government, our Congress has approved the CARES Act, which is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, with the purpose to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus pandemic that we're underway right now. Manatee County, as an entitlement community, through our Community Development Block Grant and our Emergency Solutions Grant programs, have received additional funds for this purpose. We have received $1,119,458 under CDBG, and we are calling this category CDBG CV for the coronavirus, and $567,783. Since we have received new funding, we're plugging this into our current year's funding, just at a different category. So because of that, given all of the HUD rules, we do have to make amendments to our current plan. So next slide, please. So we do have to make several changes in order to be able to incorporate all this funding and some of these new programs into how we're able to implement some of these programs. So we do have to amend our citizen participation plan. Given that we're doing this meeting virtually, we did have to incorporate those items into that, so that anticipates that, as well as our public notice. HUD has allowed us to request several waivers, including one. Normally we have to have, whenever we do new plans, 30 days out there, and we have done, they have allowed us to do it a minimum of 5 days. So we have placed all these announcements in the Bradenton Herald, both in English and in Spanish, and it has been advertised on our website. We have also additionally reached out to all our various departments within Manatee County, as well as a lot of our partners, to understand the needs, identify those priority needs, so that we can develop what are the key programs for us to be implementing and expending these funds. So in addition to our citizen participation plan, we do have to amend our 5-year consolidated plan, partly to be able to add a disaster response strategy to be able to incorporate this. We do need to change our previously approved from last year's 18-19 funding, as well as current year 19-20 funding for CDBG and for home. So one of the things we were able to do is take a look at our current programs and our current fundings and look at what we were able to switch so that we can be most responsive and try to use all our funding together in the most effective way. And then lastly, it would be to allocate the supplemental community development block grant, so our CDBG CV and ESG CV funding. Just for clarification, ESG is emergency support, which is mainly for homeless prevention, so a lot of housing and rapid rehousing to prevent and help the homeless. So that summarizes generally what we need to do here today. It is a resolution that encompasses all of these changes. We are asking, in addition, for authorization for the chair to sign the application, and when we do get those funding agreements, for the chair to sign those. We're asking this to be as efficient and expedient as possible, so as soon as we get those grant agreements from HUD, we can sign, and we can be online to be able to launch these programs. So the overall or the overarching recommended approach from your staff is to use our CARES Act funding in combination with both our existing CDBG and home funds, but as well as our SHIP funds, our state funds. You won't see those here because this is all related just to requirements that HUD is asking us to do, but we will explain that a little bit later. But the idea and the focus was to provide direct assistance to our residents that really need it, that have been impacted by COVID-19. So our funds are focused on housing assistance, both a rental assistance program as well as a mortgage assistance program, homeless prevention, food assistance, and an employment retraining for those that have been displaced from jobs, to be able to retrain them to be able to take over some new jobs. We felt these activities would best kind of triage kind of what we're seeing now and help our residents during this process. What I'm going to do now is I am going to take the opportunity, since we haven't had it before, to introduce Jennifer Yost, who is our new Community Development Project Manager. Jennifer started just a couple weeks before the pandemic, so she had only really been in the office probably about 2 weeks or so, so this is her first time in the chambers. But I thought it would be good to give her this opportunity to come and also present some of the details of the programs. Jennifer has over 20 years of experience in grant administration and contract compliance, 15 of those years overseeing and administering HUD programs. So she has done CDBG, home, ESG, and a whole variety of different programs. And she has a wide variety from working for the state of Idaho as well as a city in Idaho to big city. She worked for the city of Seattle, and most recently she came to us from the San Diego area where she was working for the Continuum of Care, working on our homeless program. So we're so excited to have Jennifer with us with her expertise. It's been a blessing as we are dealing with all these programs, being able to quickly try to put something together to be able to help our citizens in Manatee County. So with that, I will turn it over to Jennifer to give you a couple more specifics on the programs that we are anticipating. Jennifer?
Can you all see Jennifer?
He's coming up.
We don't have, we only have the,
Oh,
the,
here we go.
there you go. Thank you. I know I could do it, but I didn't think anybody else could. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Madam County Administrator, Mr. Palmer. I'm grateful for this opportunity to present to you the funding sources that are available and the proposed activities. As Jerry said, my name is Jennifer Yost. I am the Community Development Program Manager with the Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity Department. So we have 4 funding sources that we're looking at. So one of our programs is the 1920 funding of $57,000 and change from an activity that is unable to move forward as it is an English as a second language that requires people to gather and to have group sessions. And so in our current circumstances, they are not able to move forward. We also have $262,000 in home funding from 18 and 19 years. These are funds that were originally purposed for rehabilitation and replacement programs for housing, and these are funds that have not been committed to projects as of yet. So we're not taking from a house that we are already assisting. These are ones that haven't been allocated yet. And of course, the new two new funding sources of the CDBG CARES Act and the ESG CARES Act for just over $2 million to be allocated in this resolution. Next slide. We have a number of activities that have been identified. Using the existing community development block grant is to do some homeless outreach. This is to work with our unsheltered population and helping them make sure that they're connected to the basic needs and the resources that are available. Specifically, as we are in social distancing and slowly reopening the community, a lot of the resources are on for and available at some times and then not at others. So making sure that they're aware of those services and programs that are available. Also is with our home funding is the emergency rent and utility assistance. This is a temporary emergency program. This will be combined with our SHIP fundings of approximately $400,000. This will be using our Neighborly online software system that we use for our applications. We'll be using that for applications for the utility assistance. And we're targeting the home funding for 60% area median income and below. The next program is for food assistance. We have seen in the community a significant gap in people being able to access food, especially our senior population, who you'd usually be able to go out and get resources and available, and now they're actually even more homebound than what they were before. Our Meals on Wheels program has indicated they've had a 50% increase in inquiries from February through April. Hygiene stations has also been a need in our community. We have been working with Neighborhood Services Department, I think that's the name of them, sorry, it's still very new, as well as our partners of identifying where hygiene stations are needed in those services. There's also, because of issues with being able to pay rent and mortgage, eviction and foreclosure prevention mediation services that are needed as we reopen and the moratoriums on rent are lifted, that this is going to be a need in the community. We've also identified worker retraining, working with those that have been displaced because of COVID-19 and being able to get them retrained and re-entered into the workforce as soon as possible. Our ESG CV dollars, the Coronavirus CARES Act funding, is the $511,000 for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. This is very similar to our existing ESG program, except for with regular ESG, we can only go up to 30% of AMI, or area median income, and with this funding, we can go up to 50% of area median income, which does allow for a larger number of people to be assisted. That is one reason why it is significantly more than what we normally get in our ESG. The $280,000 is for the administration of these two programs, of the new CDBG CV funding and the ESG CV funding, and we have identified the remaining amount, which is the $146,000, to be unallocated at this time, to be determined as new needs. New gaps are identified over the next few months, that we bring that back before the board to allocate those to address needs that arise over the next few months. And that is it. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. I was really impressed when I read this, how quickly we were able to respond and reallocate these funds. So we appreciate your efforts. I think it's really important for our citizens. Thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Jennifer. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
We're really happy to have you with us now. And thank you for the presentation. Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion, and we have a second by Commissioner Trace. Go to Commissioner Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore.
Welcome, Jennifer. I have questions. With the everything's different now, and what these funds usually would have been, citizens may have qualified before. It's different now. We have like 7,000 or 8,000 in the service industry that were laid off. They haven't gotten their unemployment yet. They haven't gotten that $600 a week because you got to get your own unemployment, or it has to be denied. So these are different types of citizens now, and are they able to tap into this money or this help? The food, some of the rent, that's a big thing. So how is that going to affect, because this is another world now. This is no fault of anybody's except the business community crashed because of this virus. So how are we going to address clients in Manatee County that, normally it would have been under a certain amount of poverty level? I know you said 50% income. Explain that a little bit more. And when we do this, we need to make sure we get information out. We have so many people, I'm sure all the commissioners do. Who can they tap into? And there's so much information out there, it's hard for us to keep track of it. And we need something that our citizens can look at. It's either something on our website and explain, if you're in this situation, go to this site or something. It's just, a lot going on right now. I just want to make sure that we're going to be able to touch more people than we have in the past. And it's not going to be a bureaucratic mess.
So for the individuals on the income, it's about what their income is now, not what it was before the pandemic. So if they've lost their job, it's based upon their income now. So that opens the door for many more people than what was beforehand. We are working on an outreach strategy right now. We are working on updating and creating a page specific for this funding and the rent assistance and the food assistance to be put on our website, and working with our partners to get that information out to those that need. Very similar to what we did with the business recovery website on our as well. So using some of those same strategies and reaching out. Our sister jurisdictions have done some very similar programs, and we are borrowing some of their strategies that they know have worked and not doing some of the strategies they already have said have not worked.
And if you guys could keep in contact with the commissioner, Sherry does a really good job. Just let us know where we can turn clients, customers to, citizens, on where to go. You're talking about the business recovery as well as this. When can they start calling? I know somebody that's a single mother lost her job. She's been trying since day one to get unemployment, still doesn't have it. So we as citizens are trying to help her, but it's happening all over. So the sooner the better, if you can keep us informed. So unfortunately, it's all social media now that we don't get emails. So we just need to get that stuff out to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, welcome, Jennifer. Sounds like you're going to be a great addition to the team, and you're going to really get to enjoy Manatee County compared to San Diego. Yes. We have comparable traffic issues, I think, but be that as it may. The one question I have there is, in looking at your different numbers, you have administration at $280,000. And I don't know how the rest of the commissioners feel, but we had a little bit of a issue here in Florida where a lady walked away with about $7.5 million, from overseeing a bunch of nonprofits, in Tallahassee. So, I would think the taxpayers, can you explain where that $280,000 in administration, is that going to our staff? We going to hire more people, or is it a way to offset the current salaries that we're paying the people, going forward?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. This is Jerry Lopez. I'll be able to answer that question. Yes, that is what is allowed from the rules for us to charge for administration, and that's something that we do need to talk to our county administrator as well as our finance department. But that is for current staff, so that I'll be able to offset perhaps some of the general fund dollars that for next year's. One thing I wanted to clarify is that these funds will be able to expend it through 2022. So we're able to stretch those dollars for admin and for staff as needed for the next 2 years for the implementation of this. Now, while this seems like a lot of money, when we are talking about rent assistance and mortgage assistance, it's really not that much. So that is one of the strategies that we're working through about how do we open up our neighborly software for applications and see if there's only a certain amount of applications that we can take per day, because other jurisdictions that have done this through the same program, you may have heard it, that they have crashing systems. So we really want to work through that part about how that works. We will be working with IT so that they know what to expect, and that there's a flow that we'll be able to process. We'll be able to process those applications. The other thing that I also wanted to mention in terms of timing that was asked is that we do have to wait for HUD to return the agreements for us. So we're anticipating about a 2 to 3 week time frame. That's why we're working really hard now to make sure that we're putting all the application processes, we're doing all our outreach, talking to all of our partners so that we have everything in line. So once we get that okay from HUD, we'll be able to launch so that we're ready. We're ready to do that. I hope that answers your question.
Yep. No, thank you very much. Just like I say, I think it's going to be a real hot button as we get into our budget year with our nonprofits and the compensation that's being given to the different directors that the taxpayers are funding. So, but thank you and welcome again to Manatee County.
Okay. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes. Good morning, Jerry. And welcome, Ms. Jennifer. I had a question concerning where it said the homeless outreach. Do you plan on collaborating or communicating with the sheriff department? Because I know they have a homeless outreach team, and some of the other entities that actually support the homeless in our community. How do you plan on handling that as far as the homeless outreach?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. The need for the homeless outreach actually came out of our emergency management homeless work group. And so working between the nonprofit and our law enforcement of making sure that this information is out there and provided. So one of the things is making sure that they are working together, and that is what we have been talking about with the subrecipient.
Okay, so that's just so there is a collaboration with the sheriff department and some of the other entities that support the homeless, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. That's the last commissioner I have on the board with questions. And again, I want to just say thank you to our staff for reacting so quickly. And I agree 100% with you. The money's probably not going to go far enough. We know how hard hit our citizens are in this situation. Hopefully with people getting back to work, it will lessen the demand. But, I don't think any of us really know how things are going to get back to normal. So Jerry, you wanted to say something?
Yes, one other item I wanted to mention is that normally in July we would bring forward our normal CDBG amounts for the 2021 year. As part of the waivers and the timeframes that HUD has allowed us to relax, we will be bringing that forward. It's just at a little bit later date, maybe in the September time period, and that'll give us a little bit of time between now and then to see how these programs are working and to see if we're able to reallocate some of those funds to be able to continue our efforts there. So you won't see us in the July timeframe for normal CDBG, but you'll see us probably a little bit, probably another month or two afterwards, that we're hoping to then be able to continue to supplement some of the work that we're doing with these funds.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. This is in regards to, we do have a motion that we have to take, and this is a public hearing to receive citizen comments on these proposed substantial amendments. Is there anyone that would like to address the board on these amendments as we discussed them today?
Madam Chairman, there's no one in the chambers to speak on this item.
John, anyone star nining their phone?
Callers, if you're interested in addressing the board on item 33, please dial *9. And we have a hand raised. So caller, the last three digits of your phone are 189. I'm going to go and allow you to speak. And go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address the board. Please state your name. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Don. Good morning, board. Good morning, Ms. Jennifer. I had a question concerning the moratorium on rent and assistance funds. Is the moratorium for foreclosures, does that only apply to those who are in HUD housing? You know, as you all know, many mortgage companies, banks, lenders are offering assistance to their clients in the form of deferments, 30 to 90 days. Many of us in this county, many of us rent, however, do not have HUD housing or assisted living and don't meet the income qualifications for typical assistance. However, even with the slow reopening, many of us won't be able to make the same kind of hours or get the same sort of income that we used to be able to get to make our bills. I understand that the funds you're approving really probably isn't going to be enough to go so far as to, hypothetically pay everybody's rent who can't pay rent in the county. But is there any sort of way that we could put a freeze on all foreclosures or temporarily suspend them for those who can show need or, reason to fall behind on rent? And then if that were to happen, and that could be done, what in that protection could keep a renter from being obligated to pay all back arrears on rent at the time at which they were able to have income? Thank you.
Madam Chair, County Attorney Mickey Palmer here, if I could assist. I would suggest that maybe the lady on the line communicate directly with Jerry and her staff to see how best we can answer her questions. To the extent, Jerry, that you need to confer with my office, by all means do so. And that would be my suggestion, as opposed to getting into the weeds, so to speak, in a public hearing setting on these kinds of inquiries.
So, caller, if you would like to send an email, Jerry, you want to come up and give her specifically information where she should best reach out to you?
Yes, my phone number is area code 941-748-4501, and I'm at extension 3937. Or you can also email me at jerry.lopez, Lopez, @mymanatee.org, and we'll be happy to talk to you and answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay,
Commissioner Beck.
Go ahead, John.
Caller, for the record, our clerk, could you restate your name for the record? She just want to make sure she got it clearly.
Do you need my first and last?
Yes, ma'am.
First name Dawn, last name Kitterman. And just to clarify, at the moment, I personally am not in this situation, but not knowing, I am a renter, but not knowing going forward I'm sure that I'm not the only one with these questions. I know a lot of renters, and going forward, we just don't know how this is all going to play out. So since you were discussing, moratoriums and rent assistance for moratoriums on foreclosures and rent assistance for HUD housing, I thought it was worth asking if this was something that us other renters could have information on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, and please reach out to Jerry, and she can get with you, because your number is not totally on the screen. It's blacked out for privacy reasons, so if you would reach out to her, I'm sure you can understand, and of course, this is a rapidly developing situation. We don't know exactly how this is all going to end up, but please reach out to her, and she can give you the information that we have at this time. Is there anyone else, John, that is decided they want to win?
Anybody else on the phone that would like to dial *9 to address the board on item number 33? *9. Commissioner Benak, I don't see anybody.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Do I have a motion for approval of the recommended action?
Madam Chair, can I assist with the crafting of the motion?
have a motion.
I think Jerry
Go
would
ahead,
probably prefer that.
Okay, go ahead.
I know we have a general motion on the floor. The motion should be as follows. I move adoption of Resolution R 20-063, providing for substantial amendment to the Citizen Participation Plan 27 through 2022 Consolidated Plan 2018/19 and 2019/20 Annual Action Plans. That's the first item. Second item, authorize the chairman to execute federal assistance application CDBG-CARES SF424 and ESG-CARES SF424. And finally, the third action item, authorize the chairman to execute the HUD CARES Act grant agreements upon receipt from HUD.
Okay, that is the motion. Do I have a motioner? Commissioner Servia, your hand is up.
Yes, so moved.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nikki?
I'm sorry?
Vicky?
There was a motion previously made by Commissioner Bond, seconded by Commissioner Trey.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you. I thought there was, but I wasn't positive. Commissioner Baugh, is that your motion, what Mickey read?
Yes, ma'am, the recommended motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Trace, that is your motion as Mickey read. Thank you. Commissioner Servia, do you have a comment?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right, before we go to our next item, we are going to take a 5-minute break. It is 10:13. We will be back at approximately 10:18. Okay? Back in 5 minutes. start? All right, we're going to go ahead and start. Hopefully Commissioner Whitmore and Bellarmine will join us soon. We're going to go to item number 34, discussion of ongoing issues relative to the coronavirus COVID-19 emergency. So I'll go ahead and turn this over to Sherry.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to briefly mention this item has been a regular reoccurrence, of course, in all your meetings. This morning, I just want to let you know what the item will consist of. Our Public Safety Director, Jacob Sauer, will go through information consistent with the previous weeks and some of the data that we use. All of our data, just to be clear, is information that is received through trusted and reliable sources. Most of the data comes back through the Department of Health on their statewide website, especially for Manatee County. It is all information that is fairly easy accessible by the public if they'd like to, navigate through that website. It's been very helpful to us. And then also we have morning briefings with the Department of Health's our health officer, Dr. Jennifer Bensey, and our emergency operations team, and many times she will have new information specific to the Department of Health operations at the Manatee County Health Department, and we receive lots of updates for that one. This item will begin with Mr. Sauer speaking about the actual virus, and then I do have a presentation, and I will make sure that I am not redundant. I have updates for you on current activities that you approved last week. The beach parking, Mr. John Barnott, our Building and Development Service Director, is here, who is leading the parking issues, and he can give you a brief update on the first full day and what's happening so far. And then I'd like to talk to you about two other items within my portion. One is the ongoing reopening strategies, and lastly, give you just a little idea of the budget calendar for this summer. Thank you. And I believe it's ready for Mr. Sauer.
Okay, thanks. Jake, turn it over to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Seth, I can't see it. Do you have the slides ready? There we go. Great. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see on the numbers depicted on the opening slide here, the effects of the pandemic continue to rise, and while the state of Florida appears to have hit their peak and is declining, whereas Manatee County appears to be plateauing or being on a slight decline. I wanted to give you a quick update since the slides were created yesterday for the meeting. The state has updated some numbers. The state of Florida now has over 35,969 total positive cases and almost 1,400 deaths. Manatee County has 632 positive cases with 59 deaths as of the 11 a.m. update from the Florida Department of Health dashboard. Something that is not captured on any dashboard as of yet, but will be soon, is the number of people that have recovered. And as of Friday's data, Manatee County had over 441 people, or 70% of the positive cases noted on the state website has recovered. Just a quick update to EMS. They continue to see a decrease in call volume during curfew hours when compared to the same week in 2019. However, outside of the recent curfew hours, EMS has seen an uptick in COVID-19 related responses, mainly at nursing homes or long-term care facilities. 28 calls with 6 to long-term care facilities since Friday alone. And we have also seen 27 new hospitalizations since last Tuesday. Next slide, please. Okay, so since last Tuesday, and when compared to data as of 11 a.m. yesterday, there are a few key indicators that I'm going to provide you on how the numbers in both Manatee County and Florida have changed and can be compared. When the data data is broken down by current total, a 24-hour change, and an average daily change over the last 2 weeks. The state has trended downward or remained flat over all three indicators, whereas Manatee County had a slight upward trend in positive cases. Remained flat for fatalities and trended downward for positive testing percentages. And that's noted on the graphic here. The state of Florida currently has 1,399 fatalities, and of those, 59 have been within Manatee County. This compares to last Tuesday when Florida had 1,088 fatalities and 42 for Manatee County. And that's an increase in fatalities of 40% for Manatee County in the past week. Sadly, 32 or 54% of the 59 deaths have occurred in long-term care facilities within the county between residents and staff within those facilities. With respect to positive case count, Florida has 35,969 positive cases, and of those, 632 are within Manatee County. This compares to last Tuesday when Florida had 32,138 positive cases, and Manatee County had 531. And that's an increase in cases by 19% for Manatee County. So last Tuesday, the Department of Health reported that Manatee County had results on 3,514 tests. 561 were positive, and 2,952 were negative. And at that time, a 15.9% positive test rate. And when compared to the state of Florida, the positive test rate last Tuesday was around 9.4%. As of yesterday, Department of Health reports that the county has results on 4,388 tests, an increase in the past 7 days of 874 tests, or 25% in performed tests. And of those 4,388 currently performed tests, the results are 632 positive tests, which keeps us at around, or which lowers us to around 14.5% positive test rate for the county. And this compares to 8.3% for all of the state of Florida. While the county's positive testing percentage may have gone down by 1.7% over the last 2 weeks, which largely mirrors the trend for the state, who went down by 1.3%, Manatee County remains at a 14.5% positive test rate. And while the state has gone down to mere 8.3% positive test rate, meaning we are still seeing residents test positive at more than a 6% higher rate than the rest of the state. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see on this slide, the case count for Manatee County continues to trend upward, while Florida is slowly trending downward. One thing to highlight on this slide is that from the time we had our first case on March 1st, the case count continues to trend upward. And it's important to note, however, that data from April 28th onward does show some signs of fewer cases being confirmed locally here in the county. It will be key to pay attention and over the next coming weeks to see if this is actually a trend or if it's an aberration in data or a result of test reporting lags and data dumps from the state. Next slide, please. Okay, so the pie chart on the left has data shown that depicts the number of positive cases by race of Manatee County residents. The legend located under the pie chart may be a little hard to read, so I'll assist you with pointing out that the largest pie is for results associated to white or Caucasian with 405 residents. Black is shown in the orange slice with 107 residents, and other or not really known is in gray with 49 residents, and then unknown is 71 residents. And then the bar graph on the right shows the number of positive cases by zip code for the county. Zip codes 34208 and 34221 account for almost 300 of the total positive cases within Manatee County. Next slide, please. Okay, as I shared last Tuesday, the Department of Health received a total of 600 collection kits from the state. And since Tuesday, we were also fortunate to have received an additional 1,500 testing kits, and thank you to President Bill Galvano for the assistance in that. The 3 days of testing held last week, Wednesday through Friday at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, was the second collections testing site held in Manatee County, where we are happy to report that the 240 tests were used. We can also now confirm that the county will conduct a third operation Wednesday through Friday of this week, as well as an additional operation days on Monday, May 11th, Friday, May 15th, and then May 20th through the 22nd, and Friday, May 29th. And appointments are needed for those that are going to be tested at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and they can set those by calling the Florida Department of Health Manatee office. And as you're all aware, on Saturday, Manatee Rural Health held up drive-through testing at 4 sites within the county, where they tested over 1,665 residents. And none of those tests that we speak about, the last drive-through we just performed, MCR's testing over the weekend, none of that is being reported as of yet. There's a lag in the lab results, and that will be reported this week as we go forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so another exciting update since last Tuesday is that the state-sponsored regional drive-through testing site, and that's located at UTC, and for Manatee and Sarasota residents, it is up and running since Sunday. We went out and visited it on Saturday. We've been in close contact with the incident manager of that site. We're talking back and forth day and night of how that site is going. And this site is intended to operate for an extended period of time. They currently have no end date orders for that site. And the state will see 400 people per day through that drive-through site. No appointment or prescription is needed. All you need is an official ID. Unfortunately, or fortunately, to get our population tested, by 2 p.m. yesterday, they had reached their maximum of 400 tests they are able to do a day. So I spoke to the incident commander last night, our EM team, Sarasota's EM team. We've been in constant contact with him, and he has asked the state to increase their available testing capacity because we've seen a great turnout for that state regional site. And as you know, the governor will be doing a press conference there today, I believe at 11:30. So this site is really going to assist us in getting our overall testing numbers where we need to be. The state also continues their regional incident management teams to monitor and assess our long-term care facilities. This team tested 651 residents and staff in 4 facilities last week, and it is expected to continue with the additional testing in more facilities over the week and next coming. So that team, those tests are not into the system and being reported yet as well. We're waiting on those to come back from the lab as well. So with over 4,388 total tests completed, Manatee County has tested approximately 1.1% of the estimated 411,000 population. And our new goal, as well as the state's, is to get up to 2%, or 8,220 tests of our population. With the testing capabilities I just highlighted, both local and regionally, Manatee County could see upwards of 5,000 tests performed over the next 2 weeks coming. Next slide. Okay, I continue to show you this model. This model comes from Brian Coots, who used to be the Florida Department of Emergency Management's director. He now works for IEM, and they produce projections daily to all Florida counties' emergency management teams. And this model, it sort of takes into account, much like a hurricane, they try to look out 7 days in advance so we can see where we're headed. I watch this model daily, and I'm confident in the accurate 7-day projections they produce. It's done through AI modeling. They run thousands of projections a day before they send it out to us. And these model outputs can be used to assist us locally with our medical facilities to better prepare for an increase in hospitalizations, to better plan for and locate drive-through testing facilities, and determine where increased levels of transmission may be occurring. So the AI models are executed on a daily basis, as I said, and they evaluate the changing dynamics of the COVID-19 pandemic. Their projections have typically been within 20% plus or minus accuracy, and they're often, though, within 10% of actual confirmed cases. And looking at the slide with the Florida counties data, it appears that Manatee County will see an increase of almost 40 additional cases by this coming Saturday. Next slide, please. So look here, if we go down to Manatee, we have So by 5/10, we're looking at probably close to around 669, 670 positive cases for the county, according to this projection. Next slide, please. Okay, so in closing, I'll finish with highlighting some of the short-term goals that we've had to be in line with the governor's request. As a goal of the state, Manatee County will look to increase their testing from 1.1% to 2%, and we're well on track to do that. An increase from the 4,388 tests we've completed today to approximately 8,220. As more and more trends become available, we start getting a better picture of what it looks like for our county, where our hotspots could be. An emergency management division, along with our PIO, Nick Azera, and along with the Florida Department of Health, we're looking to start target messaging within those areas. And the Florida Department of Health Manatee is also going to begin targeted testing in local underserved areas outside of planned drive-thrus as well. With that, I am going to recommend that the chair continue the local state of emergency for 7 days, and I'm available to take any questions you guys might have.
Okay. All right. We have some commissioners that have questions. I'll go to Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you, Jake. Great presentation. I appreciate all the data. And I really appreciate the extra tests that we've done at UTC. I heard the line was extremely long and a lot of people were turned away. And so my question is, are we going to offer different geographic sites for that free testing throughout the county, or is it going to remain at UTC?
The regional test site put on by the state and the Florida National Guard, that is at UTC. That will stay there. That has an indefinite end date. The governor will decide when he wants to close that down. But for the foreseeable future, that regional test site will remain open 7 days a week, 9 to 5. Our local Florida Department of Health Manatee office, with their testing bus that outside of COVID-19 test HIV, syphilis, all of that type of testing, they're going to use that bus to start targeted testing within local communities.
Okay, great. And so that targeted testing will also be free of charge and no prescription required?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. And I was under the impression I was always looking for the 13% number, that once we saw 13% positive cases per day, that would be an indication that we were plateauing. And we're a little bit higher than that, but I've heard you say that it does appear that we may be plateauing. We have to wait and see as the numbers go forward over the next week. Is that correct?
That's correct. So interesting enough, if you go to the Florida Department of Health, the ARCGIS website dashboard, and you go to Florida testing, select Manatee County. That's a really good dashboard that I continue to watch every update, and they update twice a day. Select our county, and then click within the county, and it tells you where exactly you are compared to where the state wants you to be. So as of right now, it's showing 5,004 total tests with positive of 684, so it's just updated. Negative 4,317. And then it will tell you percent positive, 13.7% above targeted range. So that's brand new data they just released, and they usually release it around this time, so about 11 a.m. So this is hot off the presses data. So I just minutes ago told you we're at 14.5%, and as tests continue to roll in and the state updates their data, which they just did, we're down to now 13.7%. But a good caveat that you can always continue to watch is there's a semicolon there, and it says above target range. And you can look at the other counties, and it'll turn green, and it'll say within target range, and that's below 10%. We want to get below 10%. That's the state's target range, and that's using the total tests from the time we started this till now.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good information.
Okay, Commissioner Baugh.
Yes. Hey, Jake. Thanks for being with us this morning. One thing that I'd request, and maybe we have it, your presentation that you gave. Can we all have that, please? That's good information. Maybe it's been added. I don't know.
I do believe it was on the agenda.
On the agenda. It is? I didn't see it, so I'll look again. Thank you. Just a couple of questions, and, you know, it was a lot of information that you gave. So on the hotspots, you were talking about zip codes. How are you going to have accurate information when some of the zip codes include, you know, like the Manatee Rural Health places where we're doing testing, Manatee Memorial Hospital, you know, like 34208 in my district, part of it is huge. It's the biggest one, but you've got some nursing homes in there and other things. So how are you going to be able to handle that?
So as we continue to test, you know, we get a better picture. You're right. If we look at Bradenton, that has a large population and zip codes that have tested positive, and the reason for that is our long-term care facilities within those zip codes as well. But we do know that there's certain areas like Duet, Bayshore Gardens. Duet, I mentioned Duet because that might be an underserved area we're looking at, them getting into town to be tested. Bayshore Gardens, we believe, is an area that we can focus on to test. But you're right, those residents that test positive out of long-term care facilities are also populating into that zip code report. So we continue to monitor it. We like to crunch data that, you know, can be crunched 1,000 different ways. But the zip code report really is a good outlier to us knowing where those hotspots are. So, you know, staff into those long-term care facilities, they typically are dealing in businesses in those zip codes as well. So as we move forward, Dr. Bensey's team will look at what zip codes need to be hit, what areas do we have an elder population that might not drive. We can go closer to them to get them to testing as well. So you're right, though, that those long-term care facilities do populate those zip code areas that they're in.
Yeah, and that's what I thought you were going to tell me, because I get a lot of emails. I've gotten some from people in the 08 zip code, you know, where they've been very concerned and don't understand why their zip code is showing so high, you know, because their neighborhood is trying to do everything that we're asking them to do as far as social distancing. So, you know, somehow or the other, I mean, I'm sure the other commissioners probably get those emails as well. And I mean, I try to tell people, well, it could be because of, you know, so-and-so and so-and-so, but we need to try and make sure that we educate our residents in that regard. I don't know how you could do that, but, you know, they need to understand that it's not necessarily their neighborhood in that zip code.
Another, just real quick, another couple tools we have in our toolbox to monitor by zip code. You know, Merlin, the system that the Florida Department of Health uses to track positives and under investigation, we get that data as well, and we can see if they're within a long-term care facility or in a residence. And also our EMS division, we know where they're running at from residents as well. So that kind of assists us when we talk about plotting and within zip codes as well.
Okay. And since you're on long-term facilities, Jake, is there any way, I mean, we need good information as far as the new cases, you know, where are they? Are they primarily in our nursing homes or I'm sorry, Carol, I say nursing homes. You know, how can we know and make sure? Because it seems like to me, maybe I'm wrong, but the Department of Health and looking at long-term facilities, I've seen that number for Manatee go up and down. So I'm a little bit confused sometimes as to what's going on there. But, you know, are the long-term facilities still receiving more positive tests? And, you know, how much does that, what percentage? I know you said a little bit earlier, but if you could be more specific, that would probably be helpful for a lot of our residents, because, you know, when we talk about total number of positive cases, total number of hospitalizations, the residents are seeing this number go up, and up, and sometimes it's a fear factor for them when maybe it shouldn't be as big of a fear factor. So I believe in making sure that citizens understand the importance of the social distancing, et cetera, but at the same time, I don't want to instill fear in all of Manatee County because I don't think that that's really what we're seeing overall. I think that, can you give us like a division of the statistics, the percentages in long-term facilities versus the rest of Manatee County? Is that a possibility? Jake, can you do that? I don't know.
I've heard 40%, but I don't have that data right off the top of my head.
Where can we get that data?
It looks like Administrator Courier does, so
You could get it on the health department. You could get it on, they do list on the health department site all of the cases. What's confusing, and I'm just going to, before Sherry weighs in, what's confusing is they have them transported. They have them by long-term care facility. Then it says transported. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean they came from there and they're being double counted? Maybe, Jake, you could explain that before we go to Sherry, because it is on the website. It's just hard for me to understand. And I can do the math and figure out the percentage myself of the cases.
Not accurate. It's not accurate on the way the numbers are reported.
It's not double counted. Transported just means they were transported out of that long-term care facility to a hospital.
Okay, so the first number that says the number of cases in a long-term care facility, and then in Manatee County, I can add them up because they list each and every facility and the number of cases, and then I take that and I take a percentage of, so I can figure out what the percentage is, and it's actually pretty low. So I agree with Commissioner Baugh. Maybe it's just not right because you said 40%. Last time I did the math, it was around 12%. So Excuse me. Wait a minute. If I could add to what Commissioner Benak just said. I agree with her. It is very confusing. And the majority of citizens are not going to do that. I can tell you the majority of commissioners aren't going to be able to do that. So that's why I'm asking if there's some way we can have separate line items on that comes to the commissioners so we can get the word out to our constituents, because that's a question I hear quite often. It's a big discussion. I know Sherry's wanting to speak, and she's probably got good info, so I'll go. I'll shut up for a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Mr. Sauer's talking about. We review the long-term care reports every night. I look at both the long-term care by deaths, and that's a statewide report. It's available to anybody on the DOH website. It's not necessarily updated every night. It eventually catches up with itself. Also, there's a report on the long-term care facility cases. I think you both were speaking about, commissioners, about where it says if they're transferred, whether they're residents or whether they're staff. Be mindful that this is not to be disrespectful, but I just want to say not everybody's case of COVID that turns positive extends the same amount of days, the same amount of time, to the same amount of severity. So these numbers do fluctuate until it's actually confirmed what zip code they actually do reside in. If they're tested in a zip code, it shows up in that zip code first, but eventually, if the person resides in a different zip code, once the case has been contact traced and worked with eventually and recovered, there's a complete amount of information on that case. So while Mr. Sauer and I try to give you data each day about what's currently available, we use exactly what's presented on the DOH site because of this very concern that you're talking about, which is sometime a number might not add up to what a citizen might be concerned about. What's the exact number of recoveries that day? It changes 2 times a day, 11 o'clock and 6 p.m., and sometimes it takes a while for a case after it's being reviewed and even deaths to come back and show up on the report. So what we've been trying to do is give you the most up-to-date, accurate information off of those reports. We know the numbers on the long-term care reports. We can actually back those out of the overall report, which we've done on a couple instances and mentioned it, was at the time last week, it was running about 40%. It's going to go up because there's a focus in the long-term care facilities. But the great thing that just happened is last week when we were here, that was the only area that was really getting a massive amount of attention. Since that time, the entire community at 6 locations for rural health and for the regional test site now have opened up for residents to drive through. So, you know, it's our hope and anticipation that while our numbers are going to rise, our negative numbers are going to rise too, because the expanded geographical area of the testing and the type of people. So we can work a little harder on getting some specific numbers that you're asking for. They may not always be available every day.
And Sherry, you really have. I mean, you've been wonderful at trying to get as much of this information as possible. And I wish the Department of Health or the state would realize that we really do need to try and be a little bit more in depth, in detail on their reporting, just so the residents have a better understanding. Because I'm getting a lot of phone calls and emails on that same information. So that's why I was asking. And, you know, last I would probably say I want to thank our Governor DeSantis, our Senate President, Bill Galvano, because they have truly taken the bull by the horns and gotten a lot of tests in here. You know, I don't know where we'd be without what all they've done. They've certainly been a great asset to Manatee County and Sarasota County. So I just want to give them big kudos. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, help me answer this, because we just had 1,600 tests done by NCR Health Services, Sherry. So that, to me, from what you just explained, Parish will have a major increase if there's any negatives or positives, because they had 200 people lined up by 7 a.m. But eventually that client's zip code will catch up to them wherever they live, correct?
Correct.
So you may see a spike in your various districts wherever NCR is, wherever we're doing the testing, like Palmetto at the convention center. But eventually that zip code may be somebody from the island, 34217, and then it'll eventually switch over, correct?
That's my understanding. That's what I've seen happen. That's my understanding of once the case is actually, you know, each case, you've heard Dr. Bency talk about the contact tracing, and each case has the appropriate nursing following it once they're determined positive, and as they follow them through their episode, eventually they'll land where their residence zip code is.
Okay. And the comments about long-term care facilities, our citizens want to know, so they don't have to maybe be as on top of everything, because we're concentrating our positives in the long-term care. Those people are captured audience. They are not going anywhere. They're isolated. But there are hundreds of people that go in and out there. So to think, you know, I don't understand that rationale. This virus kills people. And Steve has probably been the best one here. I don't think he's left his house in 2 months now, maybe once or twice walking, and that's it. To think that we just don't have to worry about long-term cares and what can tell, that's over the Springton River Rehab. I work directly across the street from that rehab, and there are 30 cars, 40 cars parked there every day, and it's not family. Nobody's allowed in. So, but it's good to know about the zip codes, because I know of what we're seeing high zip codes in that area, and that's the one, the Vanessa's code, Manatee Hospital. But eventually those big numbers may spread out to wherever that person lives, correct?
Well, that's correct, but I'm sorry, Jake, I'll stop in just a second, I promise. But the long-term care facility folks live at those residents.
No, I know.
So those won't change, Mr. Sauer.
Right, but they're employees that actually there were quite a few employees that have tested positive in those facilities. So eventually those numbers will transfer to wherever they live, correct? We think.
So when you do the test, when you go and take the test and you provide your Florida ID, that's the zip code that the test is going to come back positive or negative in that zip code. Now, when they do contact tracing, then they go into where that person has been, and you can expect that it's like a funnel. That funnel goes out as they continue to test from where that person was and who he or she came in contact to.
So there's been an increase in Manatee and Blake hospitals with tests. Let's say I'm on the island and I go get a test, which I've had, and it's not pleasant. 34209 is Blake. But when I give my ID, it's 34217. So when the results come back, it won't be 34209. It'll be the island, right? 34217. Is that what you're saying? Oh, so that's
where your residence is.
Okay. So, and these people, as you know, the long-term care, they live there, and that's why you're seeing that. But there are hundreds of people that work in all those facilities. And I thought those numbers were being captured at 34208, and they're not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, that kind of, I don't know, that kind of twisted a little bit right there, to be honest with you. So I just want to give a scenario. If the testing sites at UTC and the individuals from Palmetto, is that individual's site going to be given in Sarasota zip code or Manatee County zip code? Are you all telling me that's basically going to, eventually it's going to catch up with itself? Can you kind of clear that up a little bit?
It's the zip code in which the person taking the test resides.
Now there's a photo ID requirement. Your photo ID is your requirement. So once if you haven't, if you have your ID or your driver's license updated with your residence that you're currently living at, it'll be shown as that zip code.
But that data will, from what you're saying, Madam Administrator, that data will eventually catch up with itself. So when it initially starts, that data may end up, if it's a testing site in 34208, but the individual actually lives in 34221, eventually it's going to get to the individual's home site. Am I correct?
That's my understanding, yes. That's how that works.
And all of us may be off, it depends on interpretation. I have a question as far as the geographic test sites, as far as specific locations. My man Jake, my good friend, thanks for everything. Thanks for taking my call this weekend. When and where specific geographic testing sites be available? Do we know that just yet? As far as when?
I don't know that just yet. I'll get with Dr. Bensi and get back to you on that for sure.
So this is what I would like, Mr. Sauer, not only to know when those testing would start, but when we're talking about locations, obviously the Duet and the Bayshore area has been identified, but I'm concerned, obviously, in District 2 to make sure we impact those areas that are low, that are low and not being necessarily served the way some areas are. I don't want to say that the wrong way, but I think you all know what I'm talking about.
Commissioner Bellamy, I do, since you brought this up, I want to take the opportunity to encourage people not to wait until a site comes to their neighborhood. If it's at all possible and they're very concerned about it, there are the testing sites that are available every day at the Rural Health Center. There's the East Manatee Health and Wellness on Manatee Avenue. There's the Southeast Family Health Care Center, 53rd Avenue, and the Edgar Price Family Children Health Care Center in Parrish. There's other sites. We want to make sure that people are not waiting. There's plenty of opportunity. I understand some folks have difficulty with transportation and possibly having someone take them, but we want folks to continue to get tested.
And that's why I wanted to know where the possible mobile locations would be taking place, so we can get this information out. And I'm sure Jake will get it to me, and I appreciate all the efforts that everyone's doing. I'll wait to hear from you, my friend.
I will get back to you with those. But today, I mean, just like Administrator Courier said, there's multiple places available and open if they can drive to get to those testing sites. I highly encourage them to go get tested today, with or without symptoms. they
Put a
can get
press
tested.
release out yesterday. We put a press release out yesterday with all the site addresses in it. We'll send it back out to the board so you can have it handy. When anybody asks you, it gives you the dates, places, and times where the testing's currently happening, as well as the new regional site.
Thank you.
And also,
Appreciate that.
we've been, Florida Department of Health Mantee's been very strong in turning points, giving them more tests, training more of their nurses and staff on how to do the test as well. So they've been a great help to us as well.
Okay. And that's walk-in. So those are folks that walk into turning points. I assume they can get tested, is what you're saying, Jake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Serbia?
Yes, thank you. And just to follow up on the MCR sites, those are free tests without a prescription?
Currently.
Is that correct?
Currently,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so all testing now is free of charge, I think, or the testing we're talking about, and no prescription required. Yeah, and the mobile sites are going to be helpful, Jake, because I've heard from a number of people with transportation problems. So, we'll get the information out to where they can go if they can drive there, but the mobile tests are going to help a lot of people too. My question is about the data that we have for those recovered. How are we assessing that? Is it after 14 days has passed since they were found to be positive, or is there a double negative test being given?
No. So after the 14 days, then they're considered recovered as long as they're not still experiencing signs and symptoms of COVID-19. So after that 14 days, they drop off and are considered recovered. Double negatives, that we brought that up last Tuesday, I think, at this commission meeting, and right as we were speaking, the state and the CDC was in the process of changing those guidelines. So no longer is a requirement for long-term care facilities. If a resident of theirs was in a hospital, do they need 2 negatives to be discharged? They just need to be symptom-free, signs and symptom-free of COVID-19 for 7 days, and then they are free to be discharged back to the long-term care facility as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's it.
All right. Before I go back to other commissioners, I just want to ask a couple questions. And I apologize, Commissioner Baugh. I don't see Jake's slides up here because I was trying to reference back to one, and I don't see him in the backup material. Sherry had some slides in there, so I apologize they're not there. But the one that has that you saw the projected numbers moving forward, it's been low. If you look at those numbers, we're over those numbers, right? Is that within an acceptable range? Is that what you were saying, Jake? But it has been low, and that does concern me a little bit.
Yep. So one of the things they have to take into account in that modeling is what we've been producing as positives looking back. So that's part of their modeling. And if you remember correctly, our positives were coming in low as we had a lag between the labs and available tests available. So as our testing ramps up, I suspect that tomorrow that new model will show the increase. I mean, as of today's numbers, let's see, we have 684 positive today, and they were projecting that out to be at the end of the week. So we are above and ahead of the projected models.
Okay, but we just need to be able to stay on top of that for making sure that we do have the resources necessary. And all of these resources that we're getting, this is all FDA approved. This isn't anything that we're, procuring from, someplace else behind a Taco Bell where I read that some people had to procure stuff. This is just all coming through the FDA. Is that true?
Yeah. So,
FDA approved, I mean.
Yep, you bring up a good point. Our purchasing team has been flooded with, hey, you can get tests, you can get a bulk of tests here, you can get antibody tests there. A couple caveats on antibody tests is they're still waiting on FDA approval on a lot of those, and that's not something we even want to get into the business of at the moment until we get our testing numbers more aligned with the state. But when we talk about tests, Administrator Courier, worked out a great deal with MCR. He had an FDA-approved test in his pipeline, as well as the hospitals, that instead of us as the county going out looking to get our own FDA-approved tests and give those out, we worked in partnership with MCR and just assisted MCR in their already approved pipeline. All the tests that the Florida Department of Health continues to get in from the state are FDA approved. So we're not in the business of going outside of our own comfort zone and our own approved, already in the pipeline testing to try and secure more. So far, we've been successful in securing testing for MCR through their already secured, approved pipeline, and the state has been sending us FDA-approved tests through the Department of Emergency Management.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Ball?
Yes, and Jay, getting back to the zip codes, if I understood you correctly, you were talking about eventually you're going to be looking at the hot spots, what the zip codes are showing as far as hot spots. But from what I'm hearing from you, that's a little, I don't know how you're going to really be able to accurately do that, because it takes time for the zip codes to change. But now we're saying the new tests that are being done, they're getting it right off the people's driver's license. So the new testing probably will be more accurate as far as zip codes, correct?
That's correct. But we also have, that's not available to the public. It's protected HIPAA information within the Florida Department of Health, who we know is positive, who we know is under investigation to be tested. And we also have the data that EMS is running on COVID-19 calls as well. And we can break that out into zip code as well as resident of a home or resident of a long-term care facility. So we have those to assist us.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to? Who is doing that? Who has the information that's able to do that?
Florida Department of Health, Manatee.
Okay, so the Manatee Health Department, essentially.
Yep, and we also assist them with our EMS data as well.
Okay, so I guess that's what's, bothering me a little bit, but if the new tests that we're doing, all the new testing, including those in the hospital, are all putting down from the ID of the patient now, or who's getting the test. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. Is that 100% accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And then yes, on your presentation that you gave, I would really love to have that information. I thought it was a lot of good stuff there that we could certainly, get out to the citizens of the county. I thought it was great. Let me see. Oh, and Jake, you didn't mention this, but it keeps coming up in emails. So if you could touch base. A lot of people say that if you're going out anywhere, you should wear a mask. Okay, well, I got a mask. I mean, I dare say all of us do. But here's the question, and I do take mine. If I'm going to the grocery store, I told you all that. I look like I'm a zombie or something. And I saw Reggie's, so he can't say anything. But I'm a little confused because the CDC, everybody's going back and forth on this issue. Yes, you should wear a mask, or no, you shouldn't. If you wear a mask, some departments say you're increasing your chance of getting ill. So which is it? Do you know, Jake?
Yes. So, for a long time, and I'm sure Carol can attest to this too, is, you only used the mask when you were sick. And in healthcare, and my time as a paramedic, that was the gold standard. That's how we were all taught. When we first got into this pandemic here, that was still the case, because if you were sick, that's when you would wear a mask to help prevent your airborne droplets to the public. What changed was when you talk about COVID-19 and some of the studies and tests that have come about, the CDC and other health officials do believe that there's asymptomatic positives, so you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that you were sick to then put on a mask. So I firmly believe in wearing masks. You know, when we're in the office here, everyone is wearing a mask if they're outside of their office, and that's to protect others from you. You could say, I feel fine, I have no signs and symptoms, but you could be asymptomatic, and so could the guy next to you. So when we talk about airborne droplets, those masks are to limit the spread of your airborne droplets when you cough, when you talk, sneeze. You know, you still want to do the you know, cover your sneeze and cough with your elbow, but the safest thing to do for you, me, and everybody else, especially when we're out in public, is to wear a mask so that I'm protecting you from myself, and you're protecting me from yourself.
And so if I could dialogue on that, I've also heard that masks have to be sanitized. That, you know, if you don't clean them often, that can also be a problem. So what would you tell the public in that regard?
So there's a couple different kinds of masks. There's a surgical mask that's made out of a paper material. It's used for you. It's only meant to be used once, and then you take it off properly, throw it away, wash your hands. There's cloth masks like this one, and I have 3 or 4 of them in my office. When I leave the office for the day, I wear this to my vehicle, take it off properly, sanitize my hands, take it home, drop it in the washer, and then I have another clean one for the day. So they should be, if they're wearing the cloth mask type, they should be washing those frequently when they get home. And I always tell people, this isn't going to go away anytime soon. So if you've been looking at that bedazzled cloth mask for you to wear, but it takes a month to get, go ahead and order it.
Yeah, and one of the last things, personally, I mean, I think if you're doing your social distancing correctly, you probably don't need to wear a mask everywhere you go. But I'm sorry, Jake, but if you're walking out of the building and you're walking to the car and there's not another human being out there, correct, and you're not going to be touching anything, I dare say you probably don't need a mask. But I think that what we need to start, and tell me if I'm correct, I think that what people need to do, they need to make the personal decisions on, you know, are they going to do the social distancing? Are they going to go out to dinner in a restaurant and sit 6 feet from another table? These are questions that each individual person needs to figure out and answer for themselves. I went out to dinner last night. I was 12 feet from another table. The gentleman had his mask, the waiter did. You know, so I think we're going to get into the next conversation about businesses and so forth. But, you know, we have to take some personal responsibility for ourselves. The government can't, nor should they, do everything for you. So this is a decision, I think, that most people are going to have to make themselves as to what they do or the mask. But I was really interested, Jake, on how long you should wear one before it's cleaned, because it seems like to me you could get the opposite effect if you're not cleaning them properly. So that's why I was asking. And so thank you for answering that. And I think that's about it so far for me. Thank you. Thanks, Jake.
Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
I've been a continuously practicing nurse since 1977, and I think it's irresponsible if you don't wear one. I went to the building to sign some stuff yesterday, and I wore my mask into my office, took it off, did my stuff, and then I went back out. It's irresponsible. I look at the guy at the bottom left of my screen. I don't know where he is on here, Steve Johnson. He's done the only one that I really know that has done all this right. So to say take personal responsibility, yeah. What about you giving it to me? I mean, that's, you know, you take I'm out for myself. What about your fellow man? I'm, you know, in my work at my nursing job, we're all in separate offices. Everybody wears a mask. And we're not even taking care of patients. The nurses are coming in to bring us stuff. And we're not even out there on the field, but we're all wearing masks. So I agree with Jake 100% and the medical profession on this one. I do want to answer Missy's question real quick. Not every test in Manatee County is free. When I went to my private physician, they're going to bill me my insurance, and I got to pay my copay. I had to go around the back of the building. They have testing there, but I don't want it to get out that COVID testing is free. COVID testing is free for the agencies that got the testing kits from the state or purchased them, et cetera, or this thing at UTC. And also Ellington Walk, and we all hear about that. They're charging big time. You can get antibody testing and COVID, but they're charging. So if you go to the approved places, like you've heard, and Nick Azera just sent us an email of where all the sites are, that's where that's where they'll probably be free. So we got to make sure we don't tell the citizens something. They go to their doctor and they're going, no, we're going to bill your insurance, because they will, or you got to pay a copay. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I do have to retract again what I said. They were sent out yesterday. The slides, they were sent out last night in the update memo by Diane. So we do have them. Everybody's got Jake's presentation. Clarification, time 3. Commissioner Servia, and then I'm going to go to the public.
Yes, thank you, Carol, for that clarification. I appreciate that. Jake, I want to ask you a couple more questions about the masks, please, because the surgical masks, I do understand in a surgery environment, you wear them once, you throw them away. But I have been handing out masks. I've handed out a couple of thousand now, and what we have told people is if you handle them by the string and you put them in a Ziploc bag and keep them sanitary, you can use them for longer than just one time because they're hard to come by. Not everybody has easy access to them. So can you comment on that? Is it only good for one trip, one time?
The paper surgical mask?
Yes.
Well, it is meant to be used once and thrown away. If they're going to follow what you're telling them, which is true, but you have to rely on the public to be able to properly take those off, put them, seal them up, and keep them away, and reuse those. The easiest thing for the public to do is to make or get with some friends who can make some cloth masks, so that you can wash them and safely reuse them.
Okay, yeah, understood. So the cloth masks are best in this situation and wash them after each use. But if you have the surgical masks, what we've been telling people is just handle them by the strings, keep them sanitary, put them in a Ziploc bag, and you can use them a number of times. Just because there's such a shortage of masks.
Those paper surgical masks, you can use them until they're soiled. Obviously, if they're soiled, you don't want to use them at all. But and if they're taking them off properly, put them in a bag until they need to use them again, I would say that is way better than not wearing one. Definitely.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. And I also want to encourage everyone to wear a mask when they're out in public. It is a responsible thing to do, and it's not to protect me. I'm not wearing a mask to protect myself, but to protect others in case I have the virus and I just don't know about it. I'd like that's nice, Betsy. That's good.
Sorry, I had it right next to me. I had to put it on since we were talking.
Yes. So I do think it's important, and I'd even like for our board or someone at the county to do a PSA. There was a resident who wrote to us last night that suggested that, and because there is a lot of information that sometimes the general public is not hearing the message, and so the message should be, we're doing better than we have been. Our numbers are plateauing. Our governor is slowly and responsibly opening the state, and these are all great things. And I'm big on personal accountability, too. Let me tell you, everybody needs to be personally responsible for their own safety and do what they can to protect the public good as well. And that includes wearing a mask. Thanks.
All right. I am going to make an announcement. I am going to take off and go say hello to the governor and Senator Galvano. I am the closest one, I think. Well, maybe Commissioner Baugh and I are pretty close, down to the testing site at UTC. So, and Sherry, I think you actually have more presentation, don't you? I kind of was jumping the gun about going to the public. You have more presentation. I'm sorry. So at this point, John, how hard will it be to make Commissioner Whitmore the one that can see the hands raised? I didn't anticipate that I was going to do this, but if we can do it, I'll do it. If we can't, I won't. So, but let me know. Can you make Carol in charge at this point or not? You can't hear it, John. John, you're muted.
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah. Seth, are you there?
Yes.
We'll just keep going until you can do it. I won't leave you all hanging here.
Worst case scenario, I can cue her when people are raising their hands and things like that.
Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and go to Commissioner Baugh has a comment.
You know, last night when I was out on Main Street, I didn't go in the restaurant. I sat outside. But what I did notice, and what I'm hearing in my district, at least, is that your older people, you know, who do have other medical issues are wearing masks. I saw a lot of people last night with masks on. And the reason I said it's really something that each person needs to individually decide to either do or not do is because you're not going to be able to make anybody wear one or not wear one. It has to be really stressed that it is a personal responsibility in that regard. And so I don't think it's irresponsible necessarily. I think the majority of people, and what I've heard so far on the beaches, same thing. The public realizes what's out there. They realize what's going on. They've lived through this too. And the majority are wearing masks whenever they're out around other people, which they should be doing. But I don't think this board should, of course, vote to make everybody do it. I mean, people aren't going to always do it. But we do need some education to say, hey, think about it. Maybe you should take your mask or not, or whatever. But, I think the majority of people, at least that I'm seeing in my district, especially us older people like Steve and I, we do have masks, and a lot of people are wearing them. So, I got faith in our citizens. I'm sorry, I do, and I think we're seeing that the majority are doing what they should be doing. So, give some gratitude where it's deserved. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
All right. At this point, I'm going to mute myself, stop my video. Commissioner Whitmore, you can see the hands raised. Is that correct?
Yes, I've always been able to see it.
Okay.
Just not what order. And I don't know, John, do you know what order?
Well,
yes,
you just go in person on top.
Yeah, I know.
Person on top. Yeah.
Okay. Good luck. Say good things for us. Represent Manatee County well.
I will return if you guys are all still here. I'm just going to go over to say hi. I don't really have a part, but I just want to thank them for everything they're doing here in Manatee County, and I will be back afterwards. So
get a test while you're there. Get a test.
I will not. I am not. I have no symptoms. I do have someone I'm very concerned about in my household, and I'm trying not to make sure that he does not, because he has a very compromised immune system right now. So I will be very quick just to say hello and come back, but I do kind of want to see what's going on over there. So I will rejoin you. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy.
Wow, the mask conversation. I want to make sure that I say thank you to Commissioner Servia for the mask that she is putting back out into our community. And obviously there's been some concerns from constituents with the availability of masks. There's a shortage of masks, especially in our underserved communities. So thank you, Misty. I do want to announce that I'm leading a charge for a Breathe Easier and Stay Safer initiative by distributing up to 10,000 masks, reusable proof, the N95 face mask, which will be available beginning May the 7th. This is exciting news. The mask can be picked up at MCR health locations, Manatee County, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're also going to have the ability to distribute some of those masks at the youth agencies, as far as the Robonia Community Center, obviously the Palmetto Youth Center, the 13th Ave Dream Center. More importantly, special thanks. We all know, as we sit up here, meeting in and meeting out, the work that's being done behind the scenes with the leadership of MCR and Patrick Carnegie. I do want to make sure that it's important that I give MCR Health and Figures Wireless for sponsoring the mask. Again, the distribution will start at MCR on May the 7th between the hours of 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and we will announce when the mask will start being distributed at the youth agencies. But this is an initiative to calm some of the concerns and impact the underserved individuals that may not have the ability to go out and get masks. Please hear the efforts that are being extended to our community to make sure, just as all the other commissioners have announced, and I did do an illustration earlier to make sure the importance of having your mask. And the mask protection is twofold. And I said this to my son yesterday. You want to make sure that you're protecting the individual you're communicating with, but also your loved ones when you return back home to your families and everything like that. So make sure it's clear the importance of utilizing the mask. I actually brought the mask up maybe about a month when CDC, when they were actually in their chambers. I asked them where we at that point. And unfortunately, I think we're gradually getting there. But like Commissioner Ball and everyone else is saying, it's a personal responsibility to make sure that you're protecting yourself and the individuals that you're coming in contact with, love, and care for. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, just, quickly, I think we've had a great conversation this morning on this. I don't know that we've accomplished anything totally yet. The key to me, and Carol's right, I've been hunkered down for way too long. And if I do happen to go to Publix, I have the mask. But to me, it's ultimately up to the individual to take care of themselves. It's just like people make a lot of dumb choices in life. Look at all the people that smoke, and die, and we have to pay, untold medical premiums for them. And this is the same type of situation. And the best defense, from what I've read on this, virus, is social distancing, and I don't get near people, I just, and, you can wear, you don't have to wear a mask, but, I go out and walk every morning, and somebody comes walking the other way, I get off and go out onto the grass and stay that 6 to 8, 10 feet away from them, type of thing. We can sit there and we can probably try to legislate and dictate, all we want, but at the end of the day, it's up to the individual to be responsible for their own health and for their family's health. And, and that's what I've done, with my kids, my grandson. I mean, sure, I'm like, wow, would love to pick him up. No goddamn way. I'm sitting there, I'm staying, 10 feet away from them, just because I don't want to run that risk. And I don't have any symptoms of it, but I think it's just good, safe practice, period. And so I would implore the people of Manatee County or wherever, keep your social distance. I understand you may have to go out. There's a great application out there, with Grubhub and, those places. They'll bring your food right to your house, if you want to eat. And, it may be a little more expensive than going to the grocery store, but, maybe sometimes it's better off, spending a little money, for your own safety until we can get this whole pandemic under control. It's good that we're seeing the numbers in Manatee County start leveling off, but on the other hand, you're hearing, or I'm hearing a lot about a rebound effect coming back, later this summer. And, let's hope that's not true. But, I think it's just something we have to, insist on getting the message out to the public. Take care of yourself. Do the smart thing. Don't. And I've seen the people. I've seen the pictures from this weekend out at Jewfish Key, where the 300 boats are all moored out there, and everybody was again, having a good old time. We're not social distancing, and then coming back into the boat ramps, and not socially distancing. Some were, don't get me wrong, but some people are going to be irresponsible, and and that's sad. It's disappointing to me that people don't seem to take this seriously enough. And so if I could give a message, I'd just say, hey, you're taking your own life in your hands. You want to sit there and cook yourself and go ahead. But at the same time, we're trying our damnedest at the county to sit there and do the best we can. To provide the resources through the masks and we certainly get enormous amounts of email from the state and Department of Health to try to get the message out to everybody. And I just wish they would listen to it a little more intently. So anyway, that's my speech, and now I'll shut up.
Thanks, Steve. I have two commissioners on the board. Do you want Sherry to finish what she was going to say, or do you want to speak? Yes, Vanessa? Let her speak.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. Sherry, you want to finish up, and then it'll be Commissioner Serbia and then Bob.
Certainly, thank you, and I'll be quick. I am going to have Seth pull up the reopening strategies PowerPoint, and commissioners as well. This was sent out along with the updates at about 6:12 last night by Diane Vollmer. So if you have anything you want to refer back to, it's been sent to you, and it's also posted on the website. So today, my role to add on to Mr. Sauer's presentation is to update you on the reopening strategies. Next slide. Briefly remind everybody that there were federal guidelines first to follow, and then on Wednesday of last week, after our meeting, on Tuesday, Governor Ron DeSantis put out the Save Smart step-by-step plan for Florida's recovery. We've reviewed that. Also today, you've heard a lot about testing, and I have the enhancements in mind, and I'll breeze through that. We want to talk about some of the Manatee County reopening timeline, and then at the end, I'd like to just briefly mention a concept of a modified annual budget process calendar. Next slide. As you're talking to citizens, commissioners, again, I think our PIO team has done an excellent job of keeping the county's COVID-19 website up to date. It's on our front page. If you go to the front page, there's a red bar at the top. When you click on that, you can access just about everything we've talked about since March 16th, and the governor and the federal orders. Next slide. Under your federal guidelines, if you remember, when the White House put these out, they talked about core state preparedness. They handed that over to the governors. They proposed a phased approach. They talked about basing your updates on data and your readiness. They reminded individual guidelines and also started talking about employer guidelines. I'm not going to go over these again, but as well, just as a reminder, the guidelines were from the President and the White House core state preparedness responsibilities. And I think you saw last week for the state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis took those, and he has now worked with his task force to put guidelines in place. Another aspect of the President's guideline was that phased approach that's based upon up-to-date data, mitigating any risk of resurgence. You've been talking about that today. Protecting your most vulnerable, 65 and over, underlying health conditions, or anybody with underlying health conditions, and then implementing your own statewide, or in our case, county by county basis of reopening. Just a reminder to individuals, we can't say enough about what's been being said. All the commissioners this morning have talked about it, continuing to wash your hands, avoid touching your face, etc. These are posted in almost everywhere that you can look, but I just wanted to remind everyone again, these are important things to carry on. From the President's guidelines under employers, also, this is where we're at right now. We've developed and implemented our approach and our policies we're working on continuing social distancing, and various other guidelines. These are your federal covered areas. Let's go to the next one, which is where we really left off last week. We didn't have the governor's plan, and I'd just like to review that for the public and for the commissioners again. Governor Ron DeSantis had brought together a task force. They now have released their report, but basically within his guidelines and principles for reopening, it covers 7 areas: public health and safety, protecting the most vulnerable, protecting your healthcare system and making sure it's ready, the economic recovery, protection of civil liberties and maintaining individual rights, your public confidence, and the partnerships with local communities. These are outlined in all of his report, and this is how he put together his guidelines and how Manatee County has continued to look at this for the past week. The next slide goes back to testing enhancements. You've heard a lot about testing. I'm not going to reiterate that, but I am going to mention quickly, and I'll circle back around this at the end. If this board is desirable of continuing the momentum locally for its residents to get to 2% and beyond, we may want to consider potentially looking at the Disaster Preparedness Fund for another allocation of testing, of test kits. We're reaching about the 95,000 mark, and that's been primarily working through rural health. So when we get to the end, we can circle back around. Next slide is again an update that your local hospitals are doing a fantastic job up against a terrible crisis, and they are standing ready for any type of surge, which obviously is what we're concerned about. And this week, the elective surgeries, thank you. The elective surgeries have come back, and now folks that have been waiting for something important are starting to be potentially re-entered to the urgent cares, to the outpatient, and to the hospitals. Medical Society is on standby. They continue to work feverishly, and of course, you have your local private urgent cares and other health centers. There are the local efforts for clinical studies, which we hope in the future to have some more test information. We created this flow chart, and we'll continue to update it. Right now, it doesn't necessarily contain the regional testing site, but for local residents, this is still in effect with rural health services and your health department, DOH, and any drive-through sites. I think this next slide is the one most important. I probably get asked about now by citizens too pretty much on an everyday basis. These are the benchmarks outlined in the governor's reopening efforts. There are 3 main ones: the syndromic surveillance, which is the 2 areas that we are supposed to be working on and that we can show improvements. And I want to harken back to the slides that Mr. Sauer brought forward, which showed the Department of Health and that DOH website, which has also a menu for what's called health metrics. And when you go to those health metrics, they're starting to track these as well for all of the counties. The first one down, syndromic surveillance, is a downward trajectory of influenza-like illnesses, or what's called ILI. These are tracked by your Department of Health, and they have those on a regular basis. We are currently in what's called the green area, which is a regular decrease right now with no increase in cases. That's a good thing. The downward trajectory of COVID-19-like illnesses is where we're not doing so well right now, and why we want to continue this to get our testing out there for the citizens so we can get better in line with the state numbers and more in line with the true picture of Manatee County. The second area for benchmarks is the epidemiology and outbreak decline. This is your downward trajectory of documented COVID-19 cases, or the downward trajectory of positive tests as a percent of total tests. If you remember, Jake just went over these. Today, it looks like at the 11 o'clock hour, we dropped However, that's going to fluctuate with these new increase of testing out there, and we just have to continue to monitor that. We send that information out each night, but it's available to the public on the DOH website on a daily basis, updated at 11 o'clock a.m. and 6 p.m. The last area, third benchmark, is in the healthcare capability. Now, this is the one that I think most of you have been worried about, but we haven't reached a problem area yet. But this is where your capability to treat all patients without triggering a surge capacity at your hospitals and facilities, and a robust testing program in place for all at-risk healthcare workers, including emerging antibody testing. And this is where the state stepped up to bring the regional testing site, and first responders, healthcare workers are all welcome to drive through there, and I think they even have a special lane just for them. Right now, we're waiting for more updates on any emerging antibody testing. We as a county working directly with rural health do not have access for the antibody testing at this time. But again, these all emerging concepts, things are changing, happening every week, every month. So keeping in mind, these are your 3 state benchmarks that we need to be in line with to feel confident that we can move forward. Every county's different. I say this a couple times a day when people ask me, well, Sarasota County's doing this, Escambia County's doing that, Leon County's doing this. I can go look at their information, compare it to ours, and right now we have still got to make process in this robust testing area so that we can get in line with those other counties and feel more comfortable about our community as a whole. And you mentioned hot spots, and you mentioned looking at those areas. Those are part of the ongoing and evolving data. Next, I'd like to go to the next slide. This is the Manatee County reopening strategies. We presented this to you last week as our first effort to try to encourage everyone about thinking forward, leaning forward, looking forward, moving ahead. And I'd have to say we're in our current status right now. This is week 1, which is the week of May 4th. We are still under that local state of emergency, but keeping in mind that's a weekly recommendation for the board to consider. It was brought forward by Jake that would be a good idea to continue that for another 7 days. And then we are already in the mode of trying to increase testing up to 2%. Last week it was 1%. Now we're trying to get up to 2%, and that's probably going to continue to go up. You're going to see me talk about going all the way up to 8% by the end of August of your total population, which is something we heard yesterday from the Department of Health. I won't go through each one of these items, but one of the significant ones is the beach reopening, which occurred yesterday, officially opening for parking at 10 a.m. And I do want to call up Mr. Barnott here in just a moment so he can step forward and give a report on how that went and how it's going as of now. But I think the main thing that you might want to see, and I'm happy to go over these in more detail, either with a commissioner or later if you have questions, is that we're moving towards tracking those. We're continuing to track the critical benchmarks, but we're moving towards an assessment and evaluation completion of all of our facilities that serve the public both inside and outside, based on trusted, reliable, and formal methodology of assessment for social distancing and following these benchmarks so that we can open things up back to the public in an appropriate manner. I'm just going to cover in the next week of May 11th, which is next week. I want to commend Deputy Administrator Karen Stewart and the Convention and Visitors Bureau under Elliot Falcione and his staff. They have done a fantastic job of helping us put together a guide for those assessments. We're reviewing it right now with both our facilities, property management with Charlie Bishop, also with Kim Stroud in our HR department, Jake Sauer with our emergency management, and each of the departments will soon, later this week, have that guide to start assessing each and every one of their facilities and their staffing as well. That's important. So as you track through these phases, it takes you first by week. So in this first slide, it is through a third week, which would be the week of May 18th. And it's our intention at the May 19th Board of County Commission meeting that we have a regular agenda item to talk to you about the current and known impacts of our revenues and expenditures that are currently in our fiscal year 2020 budget with Jan Brewer and the FMD staff, so that the board can start to focus in on what we're seeing might be impacted. Remember that the state has not made a determination of having any special session. And also remember, we're in the second year of a 2-year budget going into FY21. And so later in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the potential of a modified schedule for your budget. And you'll see also adding the business recovery plan. We have a business recovery plan that's being finalized by Jerry Lopez and her staff, and we will be prepared shortly to bring that back to the board. In the next slide, Seth, we have the week of May 25th, the week of June 1st, and the week of the 8th of June. I'm not going to belabor each point, but as you start to review these, if you have any questions, I think the main focus is on those 3 benchmarks and making sure that we are tracking those benchmarks, and as we are able to make progress with those, you'll see the administration feel comfortable recommending more openings based on these guidelines. Then as we move on, we certainly hope that the month of June sees a re-entry of a lot of, if not quite all, but a lot of the programmings and summer camp, of course, in a proper fashion. And July, it'll be a big month for this board to come back and deal with the final updates on make-up dates for the land use, the budget, and then into August, where we hope to be back in a more normal fashion. So that is a quick review of the summary of those items and the updates of those particular individual areas. Next slide. Any questions so far?
I know we have Commissioner Servia, and then we had Bob, but we have Trace on. So, Vanessa, if you still want to talk, press your buttons, but it'll be Commissioner Servia first.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Sherry, for that, and I appreciate having a plan that outlines what we hope we can do week by week as far as reopening things. That's very helpful. Can you tell me where our public libraries are on your schedule for reopening?
Yes, thank you. Since those are large facilities that have large numbers, there's 2 things we're tracking on the libraries. One is making sure that the full assessment of each one of the spaces within each library has been assessed and made ready for the public when we are able to return. That'll be underway here midweek. And then library staff have continued to make sure that the virtual concepts that are being used right now and potentially some drive-throughs are up so that citizens can also work with them. But we're really not looking for reopening facilities in some fashion until the first week of June. Now, again, keep in mind that that is a little bit behind Sarasota County and a little bit behind some other counties, but I know you all understand the reasoning why. We're just a little behind in getting our benchmarks and key indicators in order.
Yes, I do understand that. And so would the county building also be on that same schedule for reopening to the public?
I think the county building's on a slightly sooner schedule. We talk about first of next week, having about 25% of staff in various departments that are not, and again, not in the vulnerable category. So we're also assessing department staffing. If they're in that vulnerable category, we're still trying to work remotely with those individuals if possible. But you'll see about 25% coming back, and that will allow some of the offices to open for appropriate walk-in service if in fact the area is ready. And then a 2-week trial in that regard before we would go to, and if we're successful, go to 50%, and a 2-week trial for the 50% till right around the first part of the full month of June. Hopefully, where appropriate, we'd be back to about 75%.
Okay, and going back to the mask discussion, I agree with all the comments that I heard. It is a personal choice whether or not to wear a mask, but I'm encouraging everyone to wear a mask when you're out in public because I think it's a responsible choice. And so if we begin opening our public buildings, I would like for us to consider, asking people to wear a mask when they come in to our facilities, because that is going to help us to protect our employees and keep them safe and well. And I think it also sends a message of increased awareness out to others to continue to promote social distancing and, just the message that we're still in the middle of fighting this virus. I hope we're a lot farther along June 1st, but I think the masks could help us. I'd like for us to consider asking people to wear them when they enter our building to help keep everyone safe.
Commissioner Survey, I just want to mention, and also with the other commissioners, I know it's been mentioned by Commissioner Bellamy just a little bit ago, but we wanted to thank Commissioner Servia. She has been making a really big effort on the mask distributions throughout the various areas of the community, but also she generously provided about 500 to us to hold so that in those first few days that we could open, that it'd be possible that we'd be able to offer those to anyone coming in for an appointment or having to come into the public. So we have those tucked away, nice, safe, and sound, and possibly could use those as the first round of distribution. So thank you.
Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you. Thanks for all you're doing.
Okay.
That's it for my comments, Carol. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Trace and then Commissioner Baugh, and then we have to have public comments still.
Sherry, it sounds like you're really aggressive on the testing, and it sounds like we were able to get a lot more testing when we had some money and we're able to start. Do you anticipate needing more money out of the disaster fund?
Yeah,
to be able to do what you were talking about on the 2% testing.
Thanks for bringing that up. We thought we knew we would get far when we knew we were trying to hit the 1% mark, but we're almost there. And what we have found, I think Jake would agree, is that a multi-level approach to testing across the county, not just relying on the regional site, not just putting the pressure on the department health, but relying also on the various neighborhood sites that MCR Health has, is really made a difference for us in a quick fashion. And I would say that if we had the ability to make another investment, that we could keep that process rolling and get to a more comfort level quicker, closer to the 2%.
How much money do you anticipate needing, and how much have you spent? I think, what did we give you last time, 100,000?
Right, you gave us 100,000. We're as of yesterday, we were right about 93,000 with 2,300 additional tests that we brought in through the ordering system from Rural Health and dispersed. And as you heard, I got a little nervous but happy on Saturday when I heard they did 1,665 tests in one day in their drive-through. So, I would think that the regional site's going to impact us greatly, and having the Department of Health have some more drive-throughs, that our mark of another 100,000 at this point might be really helpful to bring up another 1% to get us beyond the 2% mark.
Commissioner Whitmore, after public comment, I'll be willing to make the motion, and I would like to see us give another $100,000 out of the Economic Disaster Fund so that we can continue the momentum that we have. Thank you.
Okay, it'll be Commissioner Baugh, then we'll have public comment, then you can make that motion if that's all right.
Fine.
Commissioner Baugh?
Yes, one thing that I haven't heard anybody bring up, and I know it's been an issue in our county, I've gotten a lot of people complaining about this to me. A lot of people, when they go out in public and they're wearing masks and gloves, when they come out to their cars, they take the mask and the gloves off and they just throw them down in the parking lot. And that's a real issue because that endangers other people, by having to pick up after our citizens. So, I think we should probably, Sherry, if you would, we need to make sure that we do an educational aspect on that. People need to put their gloves and their mask in trash cans themselves. It's not the job of anybody else to clean up after our citizens, particularly with this stuff. So just wanted to mention that.
Okay. We can do that.
Great. Now, we are going to open it up for public comment, and I'm sure if the public has heard, we will possibly have a motion to increase funding to our emergency disaster fund, take it from there to use for this issue. So, John, hey, you're a rock star. Nobody's recognizing you. Is there anybody that's called in or anybody in the public that wants to make a public comment?
Madam Chair, we have two people who have called in, and what I'll do is the person with the last three digits of their phone is 189. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk now, and you have, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello again, Commissioners. This is Dawn Kitterman again. I wanted to thank you guys for making this available to those of us at home because, like Mr. Johnson, I have wanted to participate in this conversation, but because of social distancing and understanding the risks of exposing myself to others, I have not wanted to come down, to the location openly. I'm going to talk quickly because I know I only have 3 minutes. The first thing I really would like to contribute to the conversation is, again today, Baugh and also Whitmore touched on this, and it's come up before, concerning the nursing homes in the zip codes. I would just like to put a focus on the fact that just because the cases are in the nursing homes or within zip codes, this virus does not care about the walls of a nursing home or the borderlines of a zip code. If we look at nationally what happens in outbreak facilities, jails, meatpacking plants, Walmarts, what happens is people, as Whitmore explained, come in and out from these facilities and engage in their communities, and that outbreak spreads beyond the walls in the county line or the zip code lines. And that is an important point that I think gets overrun sometimes with the debate about, but most of them are in facilities, so somehow that means the rest of us are safe from that because it's contained. That is a fallacy. That is not correct. It is, those things are canaries in the coal mine letting us know that there is the potential that the spread is happening within those communities, around those facilities, unchecked by asymptomatic spreaders. Going back to last week's meeting on 4/27, it was reported by Jake that we had 42 deaths, and I believe it was the administrator who clarified 20 of those were from long-term care facilities. That means about 50% of those who have passed were not residents or staff at long-term care facilities. This tells us that people outside of those facilities are getting sick and having potentially poor outcomes. Jake mentioned that our daily or our weekly average, which is calculated over 14 days worth of data, is in fact going down, and that is good news. However, looking at the dashboard, I cannot see how many test results were returned, but I can see that 49 positive tests were returned today. That's compared to 13 the day before, 12 the day before that, 18 the day before that, and 8 the day before that. That's a significant change in positive testing. Now, I do understand how the average works, that we're looking for, over that 14 days, you factor it all in. However, we had 3 or 4 days in these last 7 where our average was lower, and that's without yet getting in the results from all of these drive-through test sites. So before we are going to have a real perspective on what the situation is here within our county on the degree of spread, we have to wait at least a week to see how those averages pan out once we're getting more and more results from these test sites. And as said, there's a 3 to 5 day delay on that. I also wanted to say concerning the mask conversation, it has been repeated over and over by some, especially, that it should be, a personal onus to protect yourself. The problem is the masks are not about protecting yourself. They're about protecting everyone else in case you are one of the asymptomatic people who have been exposed to the community. So, for example, in a restaurant, yes.
Dawn, you need your 3 minutes is up. If you want to just finish up, we'd appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had 3.
You did. And now, if you want to finish up right now, just your last sentence, because we had other people waiting. Sorry.
I understand. I apologize. I've been stocking up stuff for weeks here to contribute.
Send us an email.
I did, and there's a long email that hopefully all of you can see. But the masks, just one last point on that, Ball, like you said, going into a restaurant, my son is a server. If you sit down to eat, you said, you felt comfortable because the serving staff was wearing a mask. But you take your mask off, you are no longer protecting my son. So that's what I wanted to say on that. I hope you all will look at my email and consider getting the information out to the public that matters. There's a disconnect between what is said here and what we have access to. We need to get the public to understand what our county situation is and why these provisions are being asked for, why it makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, and thanks for hanging in there all day. I think there's other people on the line, right, John?
Yes, Commissioner, we have one more. The last 3 digits of your phone is 359. I'm going to allow you to talk now. So you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record, caller. Go ahead, caller with last 3 digits of 359.
Oh. What we'll do.
I think they hung up.
Yeah. Okay. And if they call back, we will do it at the end, possibly. Okay. So now we have 2 people on the board. We have Commissioner Trace and then Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Trace.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for the recommended motion, which keeps the emergency, and add $100,000 from the emergency fund so that we can continue our testing momentum that we have been able to access.
Misty got you all first. So Misty Servia has seconded your motion. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Wait, is our attorney okay with the wording of the motion and Vicki?
Should public comment be closed?
I offered that. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'll close public comment. Sorry. Thank you. Mickey, are you okay with the motion?
Of course he is, and I made it.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking him.
Let me make certain I understand the motion. The motion is to continue the existing state of emergency as originally set forth in resolution. To continue the state of emergency.
Okay, and then she had another part of the motion also was to add an additional $100,000 to go towards the emergency fund, correct? Commissioner Trace?
That is correct. Out of the emergency fund, not towards it.
Out of the emergency fund. Okay, everybody's clear? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Anybody against? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so where are we now? Do you have anything else besides, I guess, my agenda item?
I'm on the board.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Baugh.
Just I wanted to say to Dawn that, I don't try to put anybody in danger, and I can assure you, if I was around somebody else, I would have had a mask on. That's what I've been doing. But I can also tell you it's kind of hard to eat with a mask on. So I don't know how everybody's going to be handling that. But, the governor has opened 25% of the restaurants. They can do 25% of their restaurants, and that is an issue. So I'm not making light of what Dawn said. It is an issue, and it's a decision that I guess the employees at the restaurant and the people that go to eat there have to make that decision. So, thank you.
And a quick infection control, if you have tissue on you, if you're going to cough, and hand sanitizer before you put your mask back on. Just common sense stuff like that. But you're right, you can't eat with a mask on. Okay. I think John Barnett, he was going to come up real quick. And John, I want to, as you're coming up to the dais, I want to thank you. I know, I don't even know, this is all blended together. We've been doing this like 8 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever. I know you were here out on Anna Maria Island on a Sunday. I've heard that you've been involved with the code enforcement and you've done an excellent job. So I want to thank you because I want to make sure everybody gets credit where credit's due.
Thank you.
John Barnett.
John Barnett, Building Development Services, and give you all a brief update of how it went yesterday on the beach. About a week ago, it was decided that the parking would be open, and the beach is open. Chief Jeff Bowman, Code Enforcement Chief, and Chief Westerman, Joe Westerman, the Marine Rescue, they put their teams together right after that decision was made. They came up with an excellent plan. And I will say that it came off without a hitch. And we've involved every department in Manatee County in this effort. Each department is furnishing volunteers on a different day to help with the administration and running the different sites. We've got 3 parking locations open: Manatee Public Beach, Coquina, right in the middle of Coquina, and then there's a parking lot finished on the south end. And we have approximately 882 spaces available for the citizens of Manatee County to park. Yesterday, we handed out about almost 2,500 parking passes to the citizens. And I've got to say that everybody really enjoyed themselves. It was really nice to see. IT was the department that volunteered yesterday. They did an excellent job of making people feel welcome and enjoy your beach and have a good time, but, you know, be responsible and try to turn your place over for the next person. And they did. It was a great effort by the citizens of Manatee County. And when I talked to Chief Westerman last night, he said they had no issues on the beach, that people were exercising social distancing and things like that. So, you know, I think the people listened to the board when they said be responsible. You know, as you come in, you get a 2-hour parking pass. On this parking pass, it talks to you about social distancing. But more importantly, we hand out a card that lists all the COVID-19 testing locations throughout the county.
Oh, good.
And on the backside, it's a COVID-19 testing symptoms, and it gives you a decision tree to go through. And, you know, people appreciate this. We didn't see any of them thrown on the ground. They took them home with them, so that was a good thing. Saturday and Sunday are going to be very busy days out there. Sunday being Mother's Day, we expect a lot of people at the beach. I know Joe and Jeff have been meeting this morning to determine is there a better way to set up traffic flow. It seems the South Coquina parking lot, if we access it a different way, it might be used more fully. And I will say, the board, if you have a chance to go out there and look at your parking areas, they are fabulous. The effort that was done to redo those parking lots and that park out there is just magnificent. And, you know, when it's all said and done, we'll have almost 1,600 parking places available after the construction is done. But currently they're finishing up the construction down at Coquina, and there's a construction project at the Manatee Beach right now, which prevents us from using all those spaces. But everything went off very well. As people were leaving all day yesterday and last night, they thanked us for what you all did. and they were very appreciative, especially the little ones. It was great to see. So I'll be happy to answer any
Good job.
questions.
The only concern I had, and it was a great job, I heard no complaints. I know that the city of Holmes Beach, where Manatee Beach is, still has not lifted their parking ban on any residential streets, right-of-ways, side roads at all yet. So I would ask Sherry if she could get to the mayor and see if maybe they're going to look at relaxing some of that next week. I have an idea, and I would ask Sherry to check, or John, to check with the mayor of Holmes Beach. You're right, traffic was far back, Steve, just so you know. On Manatee Avenue, waiting for the light to get across the street, was backed up pretty far, and it was holding the lights up. And as you were talking, that you were talking about Bradenton Beach's issue, and this is just a thought, if you turn, when you get onto the island, if you turn left in front of Publix and go around to the old Golf Drive and go the back way to the public beach, that may be a way where we don't back up the rest of the island traffic. But I'm sure probably Chief Tokitzer will have a stroke if he's listening, but that may be a way to keep the traffic flowing so that everybody in Anna Maria and Holmes Beach can actually get there, because at a certain point you have to sit in line and wait, as we all know. So if you could maybe ask the mayor what her thoughts would be for that, I'd appreciate it. But John, John, I've heard so many comments from all these different departments on how many hours you have put in and all the hard work you're doing. So I want to thank you and all your staff, and Sherry also, all the employees. Commissioner Trace.
Need anything from us to help you do your job this Mother's Day weekend? More parking open? You think the 50% is about right? Do you need something?
I think we're set, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with questions for John?
I don't have a
Yeah, no,
question.
thank you.
I don't have a question for John, but I did want to add that Chief Westerman mentioned 3 of your new lifeguard stands opened this week and are in use. So when we get back together and have a proper ability to do a nice grand opening, we will take care of that. But 3 of those were completed and are now in use effective this week.
Great job. Okay, thank you. Okay, am I right? The next on the agenda is the reports, and I guess it's the request I made for a business recovery plan. Am I correct, Sherry?
Yes,
Did I miss anything?
that's item number 35, and that was an add-on under Commissioner Agendas.
Okay. I've been talking to Sherry since last week. Vicki, are you okay? Can we keep going for the last item, or do you need like a 3-minute break, 5 minutes? Oh, Steve's nodding, he wants a break.
If we can.
Okay, let's just help me out, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we'll start with this. Sorry, guys, I saw Vicki was looking a little tired.
And meeting you, Commissioner Whitmore.
Okay, so I guess we're going to resume the meeting now. And the next thing on the agenda is number 35. And I've asked to have this put on the agenda. I am probably the only, Bellamy. There we go. Okay. I asked to have this put on the agenda as probably the only sitting commissioner. I am the only sitting commissioner that actually was here during the recession. And I have been thinking, Sherry and I have talked all last week about this. We have a lot of things going on, and I'm just so worried about our citizens that have lost their jobs, and those jobs will never come back. So I know Sherry had been working on something, but I wanted to read something that I had helped, thank goodness, to prepare for today. And then I'd like Sherry to give the board an update on what's going on. In the economic downturn that occurred in 2008 and lasted until 2011, I am the only sitting commissioner that was actually there. Then County Commissioner Chairman Gwen Brown, in consultation with then County Administrator Ed Hunsaker, brought forward the idea of Jobs Now to focus on the later resulted in the Economic Development Incentive Program called the EDI that is in place today. 2, we are listening. Public work sessions were held with the commission and over 400 people and businesses representatives from the community who spoke publicly about the impact of the downturn and ideas that would help to bring back the local economy. The county administrator asked the neighborhood services director, who happened to be Sherry Corrier, and the economic development division manager, again, who happened to be Karen Stewart, to work and to create a program that provided incentives for job creation and cut through government red tape for rapid response. The COVID-19 public health crisis will require us to be laser focused on the successful return of our local economy through job creation, retention, and business support that, just like the Jobs Now program did in 2008 during the last economic downturn. We bounced back strong way from the, I'm sorry, I think there's somebody's mic's open. I'm not sure. We bounced back in a strong way from the 2008 crisis, and instead of reinventing the wheel, I'd like to ask staff to mention some of these key elements of that plan and hear about any current plans for a similar response. I hope it's not as bad as 2008, but I haven't been able to sleep because I have a feeling it's going to be pretty rough. And to have the very 2 people that were put in charge to get us back from a 12% unemployment, I was in office then, to a 3.2 before this COVID crisis happened, I wanted everybody to hear from them. So I'll leave it up to you, Sherry, to go ahead and start.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner.
Sorry.
You just mentioned this to me yesterday, but the good thing is as you mentioned, I have now Deputy County Administrator Stewart, who's here, who remembers how difficult it was back then to put that program together. And then also I asked Jerry Lopez, your Redevelopment Economic Opportunity Director, to stick around, and Jerry's and her staff, newly hired employee Ruth Buchanan under Economic Development, have been working on the business recovery plan locally, and we had planned to roll that out in the near weeks, but this came up now, so we'll just briefly talk. Karen, you want to just give a quick update on what happened during that time?
Yes, thank you, Sherry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, we are truly in unprecedented times. I've said unprecedented about 100 million times over the last 6 weeks, but it's true. And we have heard from the business community. And there are likely going to be many more challenges this time than there were in 2009. In 2009, we set up the Economic Development Program, as Carol mentioned, under the mantra of Jobs Now. And it was in response to the Great Recession of 2009 through 2012, where unemployment was over 12%. Our current program, which has existed since 2009 but had a little update just last August to include the Southwest District, is for certain targeted industries for job creation with significant capital investment. We also encourage local preference in our guidelines. Part of our program, outside of the incentives, Carol mentioned it was rapid response, and we are still doing that every day. There is still a lot of construction going on, and we're here to support all those businesses who are continuing to build and grow now. We also stood up a very strong business retention and expansion program over the last several years with our partners and in conjunction with Jerry's department. This program is to help businesses expand and grow and be very successful in our community. So now is the time that, we're really going to have to reimagine the future. We currently have a request for legal services under review so that the county attorney can help us understand what we can do with our current incentives and if they can be modified to address the current situation. In the future, we'll be doing BRR, Business Recovery and Retention. We are in a great place to do that as the Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity Department are the lead organization for business recovery under the Emergency Services Function, ESF 18. And they've already been focusing on the most important priority this time, and that's local business assistance. So that will be a priority. I'd like to have Jerry come on up now and talk about the plan that she has started for Phase 1 in conjunction with our new manager, Ruth, and look forward to working with them in the future to get this up and running and to help our business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Jerry Lopez, Director of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunity. As Karen mentioned, we have been hard at work. What we have put together is we have a draft that we call an economic recovery framework. So the idea is how are we approaching this so that we can fully develop the plan and identify the resources. In looking at overall recovery from our professional organization, the International Economic Development Organization, they have told us that we're looking at like 3 phases in terms of what that recovery looks like. Right now we're in Phase 1, which is just the mobilization, just being able to respond to what is going on. Phase 2 is what you have been hearing about, which is reopening. So we're planning for that, and as well as then going into that recovery and in that Phase 3. And that one also has several phases. There's a short term, a medium term, and a long term. So we're looking at all of those. But of course, right now we're just looking at that triage, and you heard me talk a little bit about that today. Really identifying the key basic needs that really need assistance and trying to get housing stabilization, how to get food. But part of that program for using CDBG funds was a worker retraining program. So really looking at those displaced workers and trying to put a plan together for getting them up and working. So that is really good news. We're doing that right now. But in looking at the framework of how we're going to approach it, there's really a 4-step process that we've identified. The first one really is to gather that data and intelligence, like creating that baseline of information first, so that we can determine what we need to do. As Commissioner Whitmore mentioned, those unemployment numbers right now, some of those, that data is difficult to get. We know what our claims have been, but in terms of our overall unemployment, we don't know. Of course, we hear a lot of news that we are going to be one of the hardest hit because of the amount of workers that we do have in retail and tourism. So that's why that is one of the approaches in looking at that data, is looking at what are our hardest hit sectors of the economy and what we need to do there. So that data gathering and intelligence is going to be really important. The next phase really is to conduct that outreach. We've heard a lot from our businesses, but we need to have a little bit more, create that, casting that wider net and really talking to each of the different sectors. And here our plan really is to engage our business recovery network, working with each of our chambers to help them help us so that we can help businesses. And that outreach is undergoing right now. I've reached out to all of our chamber members, sent them a draft of kind of our approach to really get their ideas about what we can do. The next step then really is about identifying those resources, not just on the funding side, but also partners, assets, and how we can really leverage. So we have some funds that what can we do to leverage and increase what it is that we have. And this is really looking at all sectors of our economy, of course the retail, but also our targeted industries with our manufacturing, but also looking at our cultural assets, looking at Main Street and what we can do to help them come back in all the areas, and then of course looking at our workforce. So once we get all of that input, then we can begin to identify those action steps that each one can take, the time frame that it's going to take, and who's going to be responsible for that, and that is in working with all of our partners. So I know that this is just a real snippet, little briefing of what it is that we're working on, and we know that we're probably on May 19th going to be presenting a more robust specifics, and hopefully by that time we would have heard back from our chamber partners as well as others about what our steps in those action plans are.
Thank you. And before Commissioner Baugh speaks, Mickey, I had asked you to look at this. I know what we did in the past is, we had RFPs out for large projects on everything. But what we did is we gave special consideration to those that hired local, because some of these jobs are not going to come back in the service industry. I mean, they're just not, or we're going to have to, and we just want to be able to take care of our Manatee County residents. So, Mickey, I had asked you to dust off. I don't know if you found anything from what we did in 2009 so that we could give consideration to Manatee County employees. I know at that time all the counties were doing it.
Commissioners, yes, a local government can adopt ordinances and regulations allowing for local preference to vendors. We presently have a local preference section within our purchasing code, although it's rather limited. But yes, the legality of local preference ordinances when it comes to awarding public projects is recognized in the law and has been upheld. Does that help?
Yes. Yeah, as far as the vendors, but then the vendors also would include in their RFP packets that they would commit to hiring local Manatee County residents, Sarasota County residents. And I think Sarasota County did the same thing, so that we, because I talked to you yesterday and you said the vendors, we may not have a local vendor to be able to do the job that we want, which we understand, but we would like a commitment that they will try to hire our local citizens.
Local governments have a lot of latitude in structuring your invitation for bids packages in terms of preferences for local subcontractors. For example, you can require the general contractor to submit a standard form which sets forth which requires him or her to communicate with a certain number of local subcontractors and make a good faith effort to hire local subcontractors before turning to subs from outside the area. So as long as you make it clear within your invitation for bids package that you're approaching it that way, and as long as you make it clear as to what the general contractor's obligations are to seek out local subs, then yes, you can certainly do that.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Baugh, then Johnson, and Servia. Somehow Baugh got taken off the board, but I know, go ahead, Vanessa. You took it off?
I took my name off. I'll speak later. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Kind of interesting having you as the chairman. My God.
I know. I actually have been a chairman before. I know, finally. Thanks, Steve.
Just my comments on Karen, thoughts, this and that. I think, now is the time. It's opportunity time. The county, we got to get it up and running again. We have, depending on who you want to talk to, anywhere from $110 to $200 million in reserves. The contractors are all out there dying on the vine. We have a capital improvement project list of, I don't know, what, $1 billion something, I think. So now's the time where you can sit there and go out for bid, and you're going to get a good price, and this is going to put the workers back to work in Manatee County. We have reserves. That's what they're there for, is for times like this. I mean, that's when they were used back in 2008. So, just simply put, for me, I'd like to see a plan come forward, to sit there and use up a bunch of those things, understanding that we're going into hurricane season. So that's a whole nother wild card that we don't really know what's going to happen. But, we got to find a good balance, and I guess that's what we're up here to do. But to me, now you're going to get your best pricing, from your contractors. And, and we're very fortunate as a county that we've got plenty of money to sit there and get some of these things fast forwarded and get people back to work, get some of the transportation issues, infrastructure issues that we all hear about daily on from the standpoint of, what the quality of life is type of thing. So, I would be all in favor of seeing a plan where we sit there and we start using a bunch of those reserves. We fast forward some of these procurement things, and I'll leave that up to, John Barnott or Charlie Bishop and his department as to how to get this procurement process, which to me is the slowest. It's worse than molasses going uphill in the winter. There's got to be a better way, that we can get these bids out and get them back in. And, with Mickey's help, if we can sit there and get, some caveats put in there to make sure Manatee County workers, get first priority, I'm all in favor of that if we can legally, pursue that. But, the sooner we get this going, the better. We don't know how much longer we're really only into this for about 3 months at this point, so we're still a little early on, but, I think we need to get ahead of the curve for a change, from a governmental standpoint, and start, putting this plan in place so that we can roll it out as quickly as we can. If this thing, if we suddenly start looking as they're talking about a 25-30% unemployment rate in this country, I mean, that's massive, and even though, people are getting some nice unemployment checks, albeit not maybe as fast as they want to, and they're getting their PPP loans, in the overall picture of things, that's peanuts. We got these, stimulus checks, for $1,000 to $1,500. Well, that doesn't even pay for a lot of people's rent for 1 month. So they're going to, let alone groceries and car insurance and all those other things. So it's going to be imperative upon us to lead them and get the paychecks back up there and get these people back to work. And, we live in Manatee County, and what drives Manatee County? Tourism and construction. I mean, those are our two big, things that we do, irrespective of the fact that people always complain to us that, we have too much growth, but bottom line is that's our economy. And, we need to get everybody back working. And, I think now's the time we can make good deals for the benefits of the taxpayers. So that's just, my thoughts.
Thanks, Stephen. It's exactly what we did. In 2009, we got great deals. Sherry, I'm not sure how this works, but I think you're trying to say something. And then we have Commissioner Servia, Baugh, and Bellamy.
I'm actually not trying to say anything, so move right along to the next person.
Your little box keeps turning yellow, so I figured that may be how we're recognizing you. Okay, Commissioner Servia.
Okay, thank you. Carol, I want to thank you very much for bringing this up. It's a good discussion to have now. And I really like Steve's idea to accelerate some of the capital improvements that we can now. We'll get good pricing and also put our people back to work. I think that's a great idea. I'm happy to hear Jerry say that we're going to be reaching out to our local businesses to survey them, and I think that the chambers are good sources. But let's also get the word out to those who may not be chamber members. That includes our minority and Spanish-speaking businesses. And I don't know the best way to do that, but I'm sure you're thinking of that, Jerry. And I really like that Nick has been updating our website regularly, but maybe we could even devote a page that's like a one-stop shop for resources, for tools for small businesses and information, and continue to update that with information that we receive. I'd also like, I always suggest that we look and see what other people are doing. So let's use our FAC connections and League of Cities and understand how other places around the nation are helping our small businesses and see if we can get some good ideas. But it's a great topic, Carol. Thank you for bringing it up.
You're welcome. 12% unemployment to 3.2. I mean, that's what I've been thinking about for the last month, and I'm hoping to God it doesn't go higher than 12. Now we have Commissioner Baugh, then Bellamy and Trace.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Whitmore, I remember when this came up in '09. In fact, I was one of the small business owners that went, and I think we were at the, no, I don't think it was the convention center, but at any rate, I was one of the small business owners that got up and spoke in reference to this issue. And look at today. I think that there's a lot that the county can do. And I'm not sure, I think if I understood some of the comments I was hearing, we were talking about perhaps construction and things like that, things that we need to be looking at as well. And I think we probably, in that regard, we probably need to look at our procurement process, because I think right now they don't always have to go out to bid. So I don't know how that would affect what we're talking about today. I guess maybe that's something we need to look at. But, I want to mention to all of you a few things on this item, because I am a small business owner. And, I mean, I'm out there, every day. In fact, my small business will be reopening tomorrow, full time. And we're bringing back all of our employees. We made sure we paid them while we were gone. We have not received any funds. But we made sure that we took care of our employees, and I know a lot of employers have been doing that very thing to try and make sure that we didn't end up. Most of the unemployment, not all, but a lot of it is restaurants, staff that work at different restaurants. And I heard it yesterday all day from restaurants there on Main Street. So it is imperative that we help these businesses get reopened and make sure they have every asset that they can possibly get to help them succeed. And one of the things I think we need to realize, our board, is that this virus isn't going away. It's not going to be gone next week or the week after, next month or the month after. We're going to continue to get new cases of this virus until a vaccine is done, and that's not going to be in the next year. So we have to learn that this is something we have to deal with. And I think most Floridians, Representative Gregory has a great editorial today in the Sarasota Herald. I would recommend that all of you read it, because it talks about how we have to get reopened. Floridians realize the virus is there. It's not going to go away. There's many other things in Florida that can kill you, other illnesses and so forth. This is just another one we're going to have to learn to live with, but our lives have to continue. We are doing more damage by not getting reopened than we were by staying closed. So this is something we're going to have to realize and work on, which means that we're going to have to stop making it sound like, we need to stop with the fear-mongering. And we don't all do that, but some of us do. And it needs to stop, because this is something, yes, it's a terrible virus. Yes, we are learning about it. We are trying to get it under control. I think Manatee County is making that lead way. And unfortunately, it's here to stay for a while. So we're going to have to deal with it. So that being said, it is imperative that our restaurants primarily get reopened so that they have and can succeed and hire their employees back if they didn't keep them on, whatever the case may be. Lakewood Ranch Main Street, I had put on Facebook several days ago about how it would be great. George Cruz, I think, wrote an article about Sarasota and their Main Street, and how it would be great if it was closed off to vehicular traffic. Well, I like that idea, so I started looking at it, and I mentioned it to the city of Bradenton. What a great idea for Main Street. Well, everybody kept asking me about Lakewood Ranch Main Street. So lo and behold, yesterday we did get an email that Lakewood Ranch Main Street will be closed to vehicular traffic starting on May the 8th, so the restaurants can put more tables and chairs out onto the street itself to help make sure that they're doing all the things they need to do, such as the social distancing, et cetera. So, you know, we all realize that we're in this for the long haul. It's not going to go away next month or probably, and not even by August. But we need to learn to move by it. We can't stop living because of this virus. So the sooner we all realize that, it will help the businesses, small businesses, get reopened and help to be successful. So this is something that I just bring up. I think it's a great idea what Commissioner Whitmore brought up. It was very successful back in 2009 and 2010, 2011. So it is something that we need to look at and see if we can't help in some way. Because business owners, you know, I was pretty fortunate when it happened financially, but others weren't. So it is something where these small businesses need help. We can see what we can do, but I think we will have to look at our procurement rules on how we do things if we're going to be successful. And one last thing I would add, and Commissioner Whitmore, I had my little hand up before because I wanted to, I'll do it under Commissioner comments now, make my other statements, but let's not forget, we have a lot of roads that could be built as well that would help to employ people too. So
well, that's part of it. That's part of all of it.
Got to look at the full picture. It's not just building, you know, new buildings. I mean, we have a lot of needs in Manatee. So thank you, Commissioner Whitmore, for bringing that up. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, we did all infrastructure projects. It wasn't just limited to anything in that time. We just wanted to get our people, our locals, back to work. And our private sector was good enough to hire them because they wanted the RFPs, and they got more fast-tracked and considered if they did that. So I think it's Commissioner Bellamy and then Commissioner Trace.
Yes, this kind of brings up a conversation that myself and the county administrator had prior to COVID-19, where we were about to start working on some ways to reach out to businesses so they can understand the procurement process as far as going through with the county, obviously in District 2 and abroad. I do agree that the procurement process does have its challenges, and this is no attack on staff or anything like that, but I am wondering, within the strides that we're making, I don't know whether or not it's Sherry or Mrs. Stewart, can we please make sure we keep open up those communication lines to the Minnesota Black Chamber as well as the Latin Chamber of Commerce, so we can make sure that whatever the small business opportunities that are out there and being extended from the county, that they have the information also. And Madam Administrator, maybe we can revisit our conversation as far as the steps that we can take to potentially educate these small businesses on the process, so we can, give some of those taxpayers' money and put it back into our community. I think that would be something that would be great during these trying times right now. So I don't know whether or not it would be through some type of video or some type of Zoom meetings, which is what we're doing right now, but a way to educate these small businesses on the procurement process and the steps that they need to take so they can potentially bring their services to the county for the efforts that need to build roads or whatever it may have you. I just want to make sure we revisit that conversation, Madam Administrator, so we can go from there.
Sure.
Good. Okay, Commissioner Trace.
I kind of agree with everyone else is saying. It's always nice to, have a recovery plan. We're definitely hurting on unemployment. There's a lot of businesses, but there's a lot of businesses doing pretty well. I just don't want to be Debbie Downer necessarily, but there are going to be a lot of resources on construction projects that you are not going to be able to get.
Right.
Yes, you're going to have a shortage of, you're going to have plenty of labor, but if you can't get the aluminum, you can't get the concrete, you can't get other things. So there's going to be some procurement problems that this virus has created besides just an excess of labor. So I agree, our procurement could probably use some work, make it easier. We need to get people back to work. But some things are going to cost more because there's just not a very, very good supply chain right now throughout the global economy.
Okay, thank you. There's nobody else on the board. Sherry, before I open up for public comment, did you want to make a comment regarding anything? I know you've been working very hard on this, and maybe I preempted what you've been doing because you took that challenge by the county, and you and Karen pulled it off. So, and I'm hoping we can do it again. So do you have any comments you want to make before I open for public comment?
Well, I just say, thank God we have Jerry Lopez and now Ruth Buchanan, because they're awesome. And, having Karen and I go through the prior one and being able to push some things. But the procurement, the procurement office is under our financial management department. And, I know John Osborne is our moderator, but he's going to just say something real quick about what we've been doing with the CIP and working with Jan Brewer's office on the CIP and the departments, and just letting you know procurement is moving along, and we'll continue to talk more about how we can enhance those.
Thank you.
John?
John? Oh.
Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
John Osborne, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was looking for John Osborne. Okay.
Okay. So recalling back 2008, 2009, it was a two-pronged effort. We had the county efforts for us, pushing projects forward, and not just purchasing, but also getting the stuff designed. If you remember, we had some federal stimulus money. Remember the term shovel-ready? And shovel-ready means you've got it designed, you've got your permits, you've got everything in your hand, except somebody actually go physically build it, perhaps. So, and to match that up with the federal stimulus money that came down the pike back then, I'm not sure if that's coming out now or not for COVID, but we imagine and hope that it will. But it's a multi-pronged effort by our utilities folks, by Public Works, by our Charlie Bishop and Charlie Hunter, both Charlies actually, for all the vertical infrastructure, as well as the horizontal infrastructure, the pipes and the roads. How do we do a better job at getting this stuff on the street quicker? And that's what we're working on right now. So we'll be bringing forward to you in the coming weeks and months a lot more information on this and what we can do to get some stuff also through the process quicker, get it designed quicker. So we have a plan we're working on right now, and it will cause us to adjust some things a bit and maybe adjust some priorities a bit. But we are working on that right now.
Thank you, and please remember, we've got like Vanessa said, the service industry also includes a lot of other things besides that. So we may have people out there, their jobs, again, are not coming back. I mean, I've heard people that their bosses just closed the business, and it's not coming back. So in our hiring practices, as well as working with all the chambers, I know you are meeting with all the chambers, and they're going to be the funnel person to get a lot of this stuff out. I know Sherry had told me that. But please consider when you look at something on paper, let's look at everybody. I mean, let's try to help our fellow Manatee Countyans and try to see if we can get them a job, because we're here to take care of our residents, number one. And I see everybody's heads nodding. We shined before, and I think we can shine again. So let's do it. So I don't see anybody else on the board. Is there anybody for commissioner comments? Steve Johnson? I'm kidding. He didn't have his back. I thought we lost him. I'm sorry. Commissioner Bellamy, and then Vanessa, push your button.
Hey, Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah.
Commissioner Whitmore? We still have a couple of people on the phone, and one of them raised their hand. Was it okay if I go to them real quick?
Yes, let's go to them real quick, and then it will be Bellamy, Ball, and Servia, and then we'll hopefully end the meeting.
So call over to the last three digits of 189 for your phone number. I'm going to hit allow to talk now. So please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
And please be three. I'm going to ask our clerk if she's still. I don't see her on
I've got a stopwatch going.
Oh, there you are. Okay, somebody. No, well, our clerk will do it. You'll hear her ding. So let's everybody try to stay 3 minutes. Thank you.
I understand. Okay, so in reference to businesses, I'm looking for clarification from the board that we are all in agreement that despite the fact that Manatee County does not meet either the White House Task Force guidelines or the guidelines presented by Governor DeSantis of a 14-day downward trajectory or downward trajectory of positive test average within 14-day period, we are still moving forward and reopening businesses because the governor did not specify on the county level. He did a blanket statement minus Southeast. So while I completely respect and understand the board's position that you're done making rules and restricting people, my name is Dawn Kitterman. Making rules and restricting people on what they can and cannot do, what I was trying to say in my last comment was, is it not an option for the board to create a agreed upon public statement on the important focus points to communicate with the community that while there is a phase 1 reopening happening, Manatee County actually does not meet those guidelines yet to do so safely, and that's the word from the White House, and that is the terminology from Governor DeSantis, safely. So we can go a week and collect data and try to get a better view to see that these averages are going down, and in the meantime, it could be requested of the public and business because the citizens and the businesses cannot make decisions on best practices or what is best for them and their safety and the safety of the community without the relevant information being given to them in almost a bullet point way. So in support of businesses, along with some sort of public statement, a press conference, something, it could be encouraged that while we are technically under this phase 1, it may not actually be safe, and Bob made for me on this, to go sit in a restaurant right now and take your mask off to eat because you could be asymptomatic, and we just don't know yet. So we could encourage our citizens, we could blend a common ground here, encouraging our citizens to continue to order takeout, buy gift certificates, pay for that nail, hair, whatever in advance that you're going to get later to try and help support our local businesses while we await a better view of is it actually safe in our county to begin the guidelines when we already know we don't meet the guidelines in Manatee County. So
okay, thank you, Dawn.
You're welcome.
And,
thank you.
And then we'll have another citizen comment from John, and then I'll turn the meeting over to Betsy. She's back.
And caller with the last digits of 359. I'm going to allow you to talk now. 359. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
I don't have anything to say, actually.
Thank you very much for calling in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Commissioner, back to you.
All right, is that it for Commissioner comments?
Unless somebody's in the chamber.
We just have public comment. Now we got 3 commissioners, and then we're done.
Okay, all right. Again, sorry I left you all. I did run down, and our entire legislative delegation was there. The governor, Emergency Chief Moskowitz, they did a great job. I will let you know, they are going to start increasing the testing at this site to 750 tests because, and maybe you all knew that up from the 400 because people, it filled up so quickly. So just want to let you know that I was glad I was there just to say hello and unfortunately talk to a lot of reporters, but that's what happens when you're the only one that shows up. Yes, Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, Commissioner comments. Again, I just want to state again about the 10,000 masks that's going to be donated to be put back in the community through MCR and MCR Health and Figures Wireless, and that will take place starting on Thursday, May the 7th, from 9 to 4. The other thing I wanted to bring out, kind of a little bit, changing the tone of some things. I needed to make sure that we look at, and I was talking to Chad about this as far as what can be done on 37th Avenue, right there in front of Southeast High, as far as sidewalks, lighting, and pedestrian load conditions. There's been some communication that has been extended to me. I met with Charlie Kennedy, and I'm obviously going to be in some more communication, but I do think we need to have this conversation as far as our options, not just with the speed limit, but with the sidewalks. and the pedestrian crossing in that area to make sure that we're protecting our youth in that area. So, Madam Administrator, if we can just look at that and see what our next steps are, or what could and could not be done. Be safe. I'm going to recommend that everybody wear their mask also.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I just had a couple of things I wanted to ask. I'm hoping, Sherry, maybe you can help me here because I know Jake doesn't seem to be here anymore. I'm trying to figure out when our next meeting will be because I'd really like to have a more in-depth update on the LTC facilities. As Commissioner Whitmore spoke up earlier, talked about how the employees, they're going in and out all day, and the rest of the time when they're not there, they're around other people. So, I want a better idea of the testing that's being done there. I know that all the residents and all the employees were going to be tested. I think the state was handling that. But that being said, how often are they getting tested, and how is that being handled? I would just like more of an update as to what's going on in the long-term care facilities. I know Jake, he kind of touched base a little bit, but not thoroughly on that today. So I just wanted to ask if we could get a more in-depth update on that.
Yeah, Commissioner Ball, reach out to Department of Health official, Dr. Bency, who provides that information, and maybe it'd be helpful for us to work with her to put something, quickly in writing that we can get out to you via memo before the next meeting. So our next regular meeting isn't until May 19th. Your next meeting is a land use meeting. It's your update meeting. It's on May the 12th.
And so I'm assuming that the chairman will just continue every 7 days until we have our next meeting and so forth to keep us in the state of emergency. And, is this board now handling all of that because the policy committee is not meeting anymore? Is that correct? I'm trying to make sure I understand.
Not sure. That is an action that we do reconsider every week, and that's a recommendation. It can only last for 7 days, so you could actually do that on May 12th and discuss it again if you needed to, or you have given the chair the authority to move that forward for an additional 7 days each time. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I wasn't really referring to the state of emergency. I know that, we want Commissioner Benak to continue that, but I didn't know if anything else might be coming up. Would this board make the decisions on anything moving forward that might need to be done? Or does that still go to the policy committee? I'm just trying to make sure I've got an understanding here. I'm not talking about the state of emergency. I know that Commissioner Benak will do that for us.
Well, since you're meeting every week, you've been meeting every week, we've just been bringing everything to the board. You do have a land use meeting next week, but if need be, I'm sure we could also get on the agenda for anything that might need to be discussed under this topic, and then again on the 19th of May right now.
Yes, ma'am. And the only reason I bring that up is because I think with all the testing that's being done, I'm going to assume that the labs are able to deal with all the testing that we're doing. It's not going to put us too far behind. So I realize that this is a very quick changing environment that we might be in. And that's why I just wanted to make sure how we were handling that, because I suspect, there'll be a lot of new information very, very quickly. We can certainly put an item on for next week for the 12th and handle it quickly either before or at some particular time during your land use meeting. We can coordinate with Mr. Barnott and his group, and we can just make sure that we can bring you a quick update on anything and answer any questions, or if there's anything to move forward with. I think we'd like to keep the business recovery work moving on and coming back, though, with a formal in-person presentation on May 19th. On the 12th, you potentially will be at the convention center for your land use meeting, and we're looking at future meetings possibly being there as well. So we can keep it moving. Each time you meet, we can have this on the agenda for updates. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just want to reply briefly to Commissioner Baugh's questions about the long-term care facility. The governor did talk extensively at his press conference today about the long-term care facilities and the resources that are being devoted. So I think that it would be worthwhile, maybe Sherry, if you even want to reach out to his office to get more information, because that is something that he's certainly focused on. He spoke about it because he knows we have issues here locally, and so he is focused very much so on that. So I can't give you verbatim what he said, but certainly he is aware that this is an issue and how they're providing the resources that they need in these long-term care facilities, how they're making sure that they're tested before they go back, even if they go in the hospital for something else. If folks have to leave their long-term care facility, they have to go for another medical issue, he said they will be tested for COVID before they go back. So he is definitely focused on that. So I think it'd be worthwhile, if you want to get a report, to get more of that information. I think that would be good.
Thank you, Mr. Sauer, and I will do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you very much. Great meeting today. I do have a request for staff. If someone could please contact me, I would like to do my next mask giveaway in the Calvas area, and I'm targeting the Fleet Services area because they have a large parking lot. So if someone could please contact me and let me know if that can work. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up is that we heard from our county attorney this week that he plans to retire sooner than he had anticipated. And so I'd like for this board to discuss what we're going to do as far as replacing our county attorney and the process and the timing and all of that. And I think we should discuss that as soon as we can.
Okay. All righty. Commissioner Whitmore had her hand up.
They're trying to unmute me. Okay, sorry, I couldn't raise my hand. First of all, when we have our public hearing, I'm requesting the dais be wiped down with a sanitary wipe between each person that grabs onto it and gives a presentation. I know we usually don't worry about that kind of stuff, but when we give it at the convention center and here, if we're going to do infection control, wear a mask, got to really kind of do it right. Also, I want to stress to the public that the hospitals are safe. When you walk in, they triage you. If you have any symptoms that even relate to COVID, you get directed into another part of the whole emergency room. We've had a lot of incidents, and Jake could probably affirm to that. People are hesitant to go to any hospitals because they think that the ERs are totally swamped and everybody in COVID is mixed with heart attacks and strokes, and that's 100% not true. I was at the hospital the other day. I wasn't allowed in, but I was in the areas, and I talked to a doctor that had been in the COVID unit. They totally get gowned up. Then when they ungown, they still wear a mask and they wear gloves, but they can, go make rounds in the hospital. So please, we need to get that out. And I noticed the hospitals did an ad. Also, I want to make sure that when we do have that we're practicing what we preach as far as infection control. I was, and Steve saw it too, was a little disappointed at what we saw this week, and but I'm going to continue to keep myself and my husband safe, and I hope you all do too. So I guess we'll maybe have this meeting again. I would recommend at the end of the day, it's not fair to all these people that have been waiting months for land use meetings to listen to us for 4 hours about 2 items. So I would recommend that we do it towards the end if it's okay with you guys. That's all.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Baugh, you're up next.
Yeah. I just wanted to go back to what Missy Serbia had brought up about the county attorney. I think we all kind of choked a little bit or at least I did when I read the email, and I had a long conversation with Mickey. So I think that is something that we need to discuss, because we all know that it takes, if we're going to do a search, that's not something that can happen overnight. So we do need to, have a discussion on that. I'd ask the county administrator to make sure that we get that on the agenda pretty quick.
Okay.
To discuss that, because we've got to decide a path to take.
Okay. We will.
Yeah, and we could talk about how it was done previously. I know that there was a committee and they had folks from the outside working on it. Mickey, you probably can tell us because you're familiar with how it was done. So we certainly can get a report, I hope, on how it was done and how we might want to do it going forward. Okay?
Yes, I'll participate to whatever degree the board wants me to participate.
I'll just comment also on the presentation and the governor being here, that one of the things he mentioned is a mobile lab, which I think would be wonderful. You know, you're talking about having, all of these tests, and yeah, it's a supply chain. You got to have all the tests. You have to have the labs. You have to have everything working. Jake, I was going to ask this earlier, and I didn't get a chance, and I'm sorry if somebody asked. How long is it taking to get test results back nowadays?
48 to 72 hours.
48 to 72 hours. Well, much better than what it was. So, all right. And Sherry, you mentioned that you mentioned to me earlier, and maybe you said it here early, and I didn't hear it, about possibility of having a mobile testing unit put out by our county, our health department, right, in North Manatee County. You mentioned that as well?
Yeah, Dr. Bency has mentioned that moving forward, that it might be a good use for them to be able to do mobile as well from their local DOH office. I don't know any more specifics, but she has said that is ideally something they'd like to see continue on.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, anyone else have any commissioner comments this time? Okay, anything more, Sherry, for our board meeting?
Well, just one quickie. Seth's going to pull it up. So Commissioner Baugh asked for an education campaign on, and so voila, there it is. That was quick, but it was already up. Sorry, I did not know it either, but our fantastic PIO team had already put something together, and it's been out on social media, so just wanted to make sure you knew that. I think that's it for staff. Thanks for indulging us. I know this took a while. These are important topics everybody has been asking about, and the fact that I can't see you every day in person, and it's hard sometimes to call you because of so many things going on. I really want to appreciate your indulgence on letting us keeping the operations moving to meet the needs of the public, and we are thankful that we're going to be able to be meeting and coming back with some more details on the business recovery from Jerry and her staff, and we'll certainly follow the rule and guidelines from the board today. So thank you.
Okay. Mickey, anything before we're adjourned?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. No further business. We are adjourned. Bye.